Morning. I got to set up, it takes a little bit to set up my Zoom studio right now.
Well, it's not easy. We'll let the. So good morning, everybody. It is 8:45 on June 22nd. This is our regularly scheduled Board of County Commissioners meeting. Sean is not available to join us today. We will proceed knowing he has confidence in our ability to do business. First thing on the agenda is public comment. So if you would like to make a public comment, you can click participants, click raise hand. We'll bring you over and hear you out. Okay, not seeing any public comment. We're going to close public comment. And the next thing on the agenda is county commissioner updates. Randy, would you like to start or would you like me to start?
Well, why don't you go ahead?
I have three things for you. First, just an update. We need to recertify our economically distressed status with the state. I'm not sure which division it is. Lindsay Valdez reached out to me about a month ago. And so I think the only reason I'm bringing this to you for an update is to make sure that you're okay with me making sure that this letter gets drafted and sent.
Sure.
Okay. So I'll probably work with, I know I had asked Beth to send to see if she can find the letter that was sent about 4 years ago as a starting place. If not, I will probably just draft something, and Brian, of course, I'll keep you in the loop on it.
Yeah, I was going to ask when you thought the last time was we did this. You said 4 years.
Yeah, so we initially thought it was Rural Jumpstart, which we did last year, but it's some other distressed designation.
Okay.
Is that part of that? Is that related to that thing that came from Jane as well?
No, that's that's not on my list, but we might want to.
Yeah, why don't you? I'm not too familiar with that. I just had a chance to scan the emails that you and Jane sent quickly. So if you want to highlight, just maybe hit those real quick or something, or.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, like, I don't have very much context on that. Brian, our Office of Emergency Management sent a spreadsheet with wildfire mitigation actions and asking for the people who had been identified as responsible to give notes on how the implementation has gone between maybe 2016 and 2021.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, I feel like we need to provide you some help with that from the staff perspective, right? I mean, I would assume that in order to answer some of those questions, if I'm understanding them correctly.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. Maybe Jane can help give us some more context to understand. I know I haven't done anything on that task and was not aware that it had been assigned to the Board of County Commissioners in 2016.
Yeah, I sent it on to the sheriff just so we could maybe get some further direction on what specifically they're seeking and whether or not our public work staff can help with that. We'll figure that out.
All right. What's the deadline on it to have it prepared?
I asked Jane that. I didn't get an answer yet, but I'm
okay.
Not like she's late. I asked that about 8 a.m.
Well, we can percolate it to the top of the list if there's some. It looks like there's a couple of needs from the commissioners, and they required some information answers that we wouldn't readily have at hand. So just knowing what that is, what the context and what the answers need to look like, and make sure we're on top of it would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Agreed. And I wonder if it would be helpful to ask them to come and spend a half hour or an hour explaining sort of what this is attached to. I know, like, I love to see like such a specific tax list related to risk mitigation, and would love to know more about is this something we do every 5 years? Is this something we should be doing more often than every 5 years? So I've got that, and just a quick update for you, Randy, on our housing consultant process. We identified some folks for a first round of interviews. Just, folks from the community who have something to say about our capacity around housing, or, sort of the texture of the issue. What the consultant is thinking is that letting them do that initial review and start to wrap their hands around where we are, is probably a better use of your time, that an interview with you would come later once they've wrapped their heads around it a bit more.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. I mean, as part of wrapping their heads around it, I mean, I guess wrapping your head around something is probably an iterative process in that case. So I'm okay with, at some point they're going to want to say, yeah, we want to do the interview, and of course I'd want to be able to be involved in with them on it. But I mean, I agree. I think let them start digging through staff and everything. There's so much more information to look through than I'll be able to provide. So at the outset of this, so
yeah, okay,
I'm good.
Great. And then just lastly, Omni has done behavioral health work with us. They asked us if they could present the work that they did, that study last December, to the Public Health in the Rockies conference. It's in August of 2021. We might have it might be me, it might be someone else from our team that helps them present. And that is in August. And that's all that I have for commissioner updates.
Okay. Yeah, for me, it's more the litany of stuff that we've been, a few of the tasks and areas of responsibility I've been working on, so maybe a little bit the broken record, but I guess my activities over the last couple of weeks, since we last met, were to work with, in CCAT and the legislature on the closing of a lot of the bills and stuff. And I know George was doing that too, a little bit of work and outreach to legislators to help with things like the transportation funding and property tax, different things that were going on, property tax change bills and all of that. Couple meetings on microtransit and energy study of transit in the I-70 corridor to try to, get people out of cars and things, including a meeting yesterday afternoon late with some folks from NREL and a couple other agencies about different funding sources. And the likelihood is there are a couple of long shots that might provide some funding to start monitoring some transit systems by this fall. But since the Bustang microtransit Pegasus won't be deployed until December anyway, it may be something like they get out and kind of get their wheels under them, no pun intended, and then next year might be a good time to get that going anyway. So there are more funding opportunities for next year. And then basically a week ago I was out in surgery, so I was I tried to work while I was going through it and afterwards, and have stayed on top of stuff a little bit, but that's the scoop there. And I know you saw a flurry of activity right after I came out of surgery, which is while I was lucid for a little while until they started, the pain medications. And then I decided that there was nothing of value I had to offer for a day or so until I got out of the hospital and could stop taking those. But
I was impressed to see you emailing, I think about 4 hours after you went into your surgery.
Yeah, I came out, like really alert. But then they start saying they hand you these cups of pills and say, here, take this, and yeah, it degraded pretty quickly after that, within a couple of 3 hours. But I will tell you that when I left the hospital, they said, no, you're supposed to take, lots and truckloads of opioids. We need you to take 2 oxycodone every 4 hours going forward. And I said, the one you just, and in the hospital, I had negotiated them down from 2 to 1. They said they were going to force feed me if I didn't take them. And at about 3:30 in the afternoon on Wednesday, as I was leaving, she said, now you're going to have to fill this. You're going to have to take those. And I said, the one you just gave me is the last one I'm going to take. And that was 6 days ago, and that was the last one I took. So I'm happy about that. That was more information than the public needed.
That, that's okay.
George, one
Go ahead.
thing on the economic distress status letter, we'll try and track the one down from 4 years ago. If we can't, we'll see if we can get an example of one to assist, and then we can help draft something. So you don't have to put pen to paper from scratch. We'll try and figure that out to get you a draft.
Okay, thanks, Brian. And I know there's a set of metrics that the state uses. And the last I was looking at those metrics, I felt like we had, access to data sources that would, be pretty easily show that we're still distressed. I mean, it's only 5 years ago or so that our biggest tax and job creator scaled back to about a quarter of what they were doing.
Yeah, we'll get you a draft or something.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else. So if we wanted to, I see that we have Carl and Stoy here. We could start the 9 o'clock a little early. Yeah, okay, let's go ahead and do that. So it's 9 o'clock, or it's 8:57. We're gonna start our 9 o'clock action session. Consideration of approval of resolution number 21-46 to approve the 2021 Clear Creek Road System list and map. Stoy, Carl, not sure who I'm handing this one to.
Well, I'll take it from the beginning here. Thank you, George, and good morning to everyone. We wanted to bring this in front of the board today. This is the county road list map has evolved throughout history as the county has really learned more and more about the road system and made determinations on what is included or excluded from the county's road network there. The most recent edition of that road list map was adopted in 2019, and the road research group was formed in part to study the road system and address any concerns or problems, issues with the county's road system. And part of what they've achieved through that group is really creating and making a little bit more clear the county's road network. And in 2019, when they adopted this, the group went through and did a really exhaustive amount of research on the county's road system, got everything put together in a very clear list that shows the road names, the areas the roads are located in, as well as the length of the roads. And then accompanying the list is a map that our GIS department, led by Matt Taylor, has put together and mapped that out. So it's available through our digital clear map system to staff and the public, so that they can see all this information there. But he's also created a printable PDF map that's attached to the list that shows the county's road network and details which roads have been adopted into the county's road network and the maintenance status of those individual roads. And the road research group again has put a lot of effort into that to originally form that in 2019, and then over the past 2 years we've met on a monthly basis to evaluate the roads, and as new information comes to light, or that's from staff observations or anything that's reported to us, it's put into a list there that we've taken a look at, discussed with the group, and made corrections to the road list map as we've gained new information about the system. we felt, you know, the original intention in 2019, when this most recent list map were adopted, the intention was to look at this on a, you know, regular basis and collect all that information and keep it as updated as we can. Oftentimes these lists have been created and then set out there for 15, 20 years or something, and a lot of changes are made that don't make it into the list. And then when you're kind of at the end of that period, it becomes pretty difficult for staff and public to determine exactly what's included in the official road network there. And so it was a goal of the group to stay on top of this and continue to collect that information. And 2 years in, you know, we've collected a handful of really minor changes. We haven't actually made any changes to the road network or the physical lengths of the road or how we're maintaining the roads or anything like that. But we have discovered that there was some inconsistencies between the list and the map in some areas. And in some places there was a road that maybe for whatever reason didn't make it onto the list and or the map. And alternatively, there's in some cases, you know, a private road or a road within that was administered by a different jurisdiction or something that was erroneously included on the list and or map there that's been removed. But very minor updates on that. For the most part, really just adjusting lengths and adjusting road names and road name designations and things of that nature. We did include a list of a detailed list of those changes. And we can certainly go through that, but again, there's no changes to the practice of how the roads are being maintained or anything that we feel would create any changes to how the road's managed or that would really impact any individuals or individual properties or anything like that. And I do want to go through and just you know, note that this road research group currently you know is made up of several individuals. We outlined them on the memo we provided there, but want to just read off their names quickly so that you're aware of that group, and also want you to be aware that they have all met on this monthly basis and put a lot of time and effort into the road network and really have done a great job of recording all the updates as they've come in and really got us to this place where 2 years later we can do this update and keep the road list map as up to date as possible for our staff and for the public to use as a good reference for our road network. The members are Alexis, who is the county's archivist, James, our trails supervisor, Peter, our county attorney, Fred, our planning and building services manager, Cindy, planner, Carl, our public works director, Adam, planner, myself, county engineer, Matt, our GIS director, and Julie, who is our road and bridge administrative assistant. And each of these individuals have contributed a lot to the group there, as well as to this process, keeping the list updated there. And I think, you know, that's kind of, in general, what we're trying to achieve here, and wanted to just bring it in front of the board here to take a look at those changes, see if you have any questions, and ultimately adopt this as the updated county road list and map, just to give the most up-to-date current information to, again, our staff and the public. And yeah, unless Carl, you or Julie, you have anything to add, can certainly answer any questions, or if there's any concerns about any individual updates or anything that we're doing there.
Yeah, I'd like to add just a little history, mainly for Brian's benefit as well. You know, a lot of this documentation started in the early 1900s, and then as they get into HUTF, which started in about the 50s, we first started seeing county road lists developed in the 70s. This list again was put in front of the board in 1986, and then that was updated again in 2000, and the 2019 project started in about 2016 with the director previous to me. But So there was some legwork done early on in 2016, and we finalized that list in 2019. But I think just with the, again, to reiterate the number of people, the time, and the group that put all of this information together, as it's evolved over the years, we've just tried to dial that in and really try and clean it up a little bit. We haven't changed maintenance procedures a whole lot with what roads we do maintain and which ones we do not, but we did want to get the information cleaned up and just make it as concise as we can, because it is on the website. It's available to people as people move in and out of the county and purchase properties. They want to know where they stand on maintenance lists and what, you know, certain roads, how they fit into the system. And we certainly, we seem to learn something almost on a daily basis in these meetings, but certainly monthly, where stuff comes up with a lot of the properties and mining roads that are secondary or on our non-maintained secondary lists that are, there's not a whole lot of documentation on it. So it takes that size of a group just to put that information together. So that's kind of what our intent and our goal with this is. This is just an updated version of some of the things we missed putting it together in the long term. But that was about all I need or had to add.
Yeah, I read through it and it looked like just corrections and to mileage or naming or certain status stuff without any. The one I found that was entertaining was newly discovered county road on Harvest Moon Trail. And it sounded like someone had gone on an expedition and, you know, found new land somewhere, but it was, yeah. So anyway, it looked good to me.
I had a question about that actually. Like, how do we discover roads? I know we found a map that we had submitted. Was this in 2019? We found a map we'd submitted to the state about our road system that we thought maybe was like the original, maybe most accurate, most expansive version of that. Are there other sources of information that we're finding now? And do we think that we're nearing a point where the most of the research is done and we know our road system?
You know, I'll let Carl and maybe Peter also speak to some of that, because there are a lot of references that were originally used to this. A lot of, I think the core of the road system that has evolved over time has been reported to the HUTF system.
Right.
And that was one of the bigger resources that we relied on. Beyond that, you know, I'll let some others speak to some of those other historic references. And then as far as Harvest Moon Trail and anything that's coming up at this point, it's really just some areas, you know, on Harvest Moon Trail, you know, that's one that we had, you know, permitted a driveway, you know, at a certain point on there in the past and allowed, you know, for the public access to that point, and just wanted to update it, that small segment of road there. And so that's really what we're coming up with at this time, as far as any kind of new roads or additions or changes to that. Is just these minor road segments that we're just kind of trying to clean up and clarify the length of the road segment or whatever that may be. But yeah, a lot of those, including the HUTF maps, you'll see that you know, we'll dig out of the archives and they'll be this, you know, very poor quality scanned in map that it's hard to see some of the details. And then a lot of them have a lot of color coding on them, and they were scanned in with some color in them, and you'll see people used highlighters to highlight certain sections to outline, you know, whether it's a county road or a city or a
Right.
town road or what the maintenance status was. But yeah, Carl or maybe Peter can speak to some of those other historic references that we've used.
I know one of the things we ran into was that there were some roads within the contiguous national forest that we had done historic maintenance of those roads way back, you know, like 50 years ago and 60 years ago and stuff like that. and for a period of time and reported it to, to HUTF. And so there are some roads within the national forest that show dual designation. I think it's dual. They still have a Forest Service road number, and then they actually show up on county road as having been maintained certain sections, which meant that technically they were county roads. And so it's just a matter of whose authority they're under. And I don't think we've ever disputed that if they're within the contiguous national forest, it's a Forest Service road to deal with. But, there may be some cleanup to do down the road on that. And Bob Luffler was involved in that a couple of years ago when it popped up, and about what kind of road is it when if it's going through a bunch of private property with a few pieces of, fragmented pieces of Forest Service, it's still a county road, but at some point it kind of like embeds itself into a contiguous national forest with no more private property. And at that point, it's questionable whether a road that we haven't maintained in 50 or 60 years is something over which we should try to assert authority or anything. It's really Forest Service management, but technically it might still be on the books as our road. And so we didn't go any further other than to identify that those places existed, and we're not in a conflict with the Forest Service over anything, as far as I know, over any of that. But it may be some work to do in the future on that, I think.
Is that, Randy, do you think that we're not in conflict with the Forest Service because we haven't had cause to want to try to use any authority over those roads? And if we did decide to, we would have to work that out with the Forest Service?
That could be true. I think there's a question and a discussion to be had about once you're completely within a piece of property, sort of like a county road within one guy's ranch or something like that. And it doesn't go anywhere else, whether that's, or one person's ranch, excuse me. Yeah, it's almost a philosophical question about who should, who manages the land that is, when the land itself is managed and the road doesn't go anywhere but onto that land. And I guess it requires a conversation with, fire suppression authorities and everything, people doing the work on doing fire mitigation within the land, whether we should be asserting authority over transportation that is completely within national forest property. But yeah, we haven't had cause to do that. And we didn't, I think Bob's position was that, I think attorneys often tell you don't give up what you got, and keep your options open. And Peter would have to address that because I'm not an attorney. I'm just like parroting stuff that some attorneys have said to me in the past. So if you have an asset, don't give up the asset unless you got a good reason and a thing to trade it for, a position or something like that. But anyway, that's out there. It's just one of those technically conflicting things that we ran into where we haven't had a hassle with them about anything, and we haven't had a need to. And they assert this road's completely within our forest, and we assert that we have some records that are 60 years old that said that county road equipment went up and maintained that road to get to someplace, for some purpose. Somebody wanted it done, wanted to get to his fishing hole or something.
Okay, that might be something that, not right now and not with really any urgency, but something I'd love to get a more thorough readout on at some point, those roads. But that, I know that's not what we're here to discuss right now. I don't think I have any additional questions. Maybe anybody else have any questions or thoughts? Or
I would agree that we do still have work to do with some of the, whether you will call them Forest Service, county roads, Schedule A roads, we do have that agreement with the Forest Service again in place. We've got a pretty good working relationship with Scott and his team as well. And it comes up from time to time because there is a handful of roads like Leavenworth and Wild Wagner that we're working with them as well through this team. But we will save that, I think, for another day as well. It's definitely something we are working through with them as from time to time when things come up.
And George, just to address your question regarding how we also come about these determinations, we do look to prior resolutions, prior board meetings. We work a lot with our archivist, the county archivist, to date back even into the 1800s or late 1800s as far as any type of indication of what is being used or considered a county road, uses or obligations as to how we maintain those roads. So it is a comprehensive approach, and then work, of course, with Matt on GIS and in mapping these things out. Sometimes these are affected by what is in other community documents, special districts, how things are defined through adoption that way. So it is definitely a holistic review of how things go.
Thank you for that, Peter. And I, just to be very clear, understand, this is about the legacy of pretty haphazard mining practices going back 100, 150 years that put roads and holes all over the hills here.
Mhm.
And our job is to try to go back and figure out how all that happened. So I'm not trying to imply any judgment towards this excellent staff team and the work they're doing.
Yeah, it's a big job, and some of it's high priority because it involves maintenance and where people are. And
Yeah.
some of it's lower priority because it's unmaintained and out somewhere else. And so it's more of a little bit more of a technical paperwork thing for now, anyway, until an issue comes up.
Any other questions from anybody? It seems like we might be done with this one a little early.
Yeah, good job.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
And I don't know if Peter is aware of this, Carl. What is the status of the fire road out of the bottom of Echo Hills? Do we have any status on that?
My team actually was in there this week to check the accessibility there for the public to use that road. It is still a high clearance vehicle fire egress out of there, but we do have control of that cable across the road out of Castlewood Court and down to 103, and it is passable there. I was trying to get out there this afternoon to look at it, but it is on our list as a non-maintained county road at this point because it's Denver Water's. Actually, they have jurisdiction over that lower portion, but they do allow us to keep it at least maintained well enough to drive vehicles through there.
All right, I appreciate that, Carl. I hadn't heard anything on it in a while, and I was, with everything that's going on now, I just want to make sure that was at least
And
or something.
just with regard to that lower portion, I believe, is Denver Mountain Parks. That's who I spoke with when we were doing that whole fire mitigation on that road.
No, I think you're right. Misspoke there. There is a
Yeah.
portion that goes through private property as well.
Yep. Yep.
But it is a usable fire evacuation route, Rick.
Yep.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Sure. We are adding one on Floyd Hill this year too.
Is that the backside towards 65?
No, that's Pat Creek, and we'll be in that this next week to see that one's passable. We're putting signage in through the meadow around the high school. It takes you out to Elm Green Lane, to Highway 65 that direction.
Right, okay. All right, thanks, Carl. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good questions.
And Rick, I believe at this point we have all of your fire ban signs that we have out flipped down.
Yes, and I do appreciate that. John Kyler drove around a little bit and going, oh, if you see Carl, tell him thank you, because you guys did an excellent job. So thank you.
Yeah, and thank you for calling the fire ban.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it was close and now it's over close. So we just moved to a PL3. So it's only getting worse.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if we don't have any more discussion, maybe we're ready for a motion.
Sure. I move, let me pop back up there. I was down looking at the table. I move that we approve resolution 21-46, a resolution to approve 2021 Clear Creek County road system list and map.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And is there any reason not to move into the biannual update, or would you rather, what's your thinking?
No, I don't see one. Does anybody else?
No, I
We got-
think we're ready to go.
Okay, well then we're starting our biannual Public Works Division update a little early. Public Works Division is still on screen here. Carl, what do you have for us?
All right. Well, this is a little bit of a new format with the spreadsheet that Beth has put out for all the departments to do updates. We were originally scheduled in early June, and it just with everyone's schedules and how things roll, it got pushed back several weeks. So we've had time to put some stuff together, talk about the year, and then you will probably see us again. I see we're in the schedule late September. Whether that falls on that same date, it should be September, October sometime that we follow up again. So we did, my team here, Julie, myself, and Stoy, got together, put together a quick PowerPoint, and just wanted to discuss the year and how things are going in the department down here. It's been an interesting year with COVID for sure, with everybody. I mean, we've struggled through, we did have some people that were sick throughout the year, and truly appreciated the time and the effort that the county put in for taking care of its employees. You know, our group is definitely boots on the ground for the most part. We really, other than those first several weeks, when was it, April? I guess it seems like one long year from about 2019 to where we are right now. So we did go through some time frames where we had people out. We had to cover staffing, you know, on all aspects and rotate some people around. I myself still have a CDL, so does our engineer tech. So we've spent plenty of time this winter in and out of plow trucks on routes too, just to try to make ends meet. But we'll get into the slideshow and we'll kind of walk through. We do still have some staffing issues I want to talk to you a little bit about today, but just to also, again, a higher level view of the whole department that Randy and George may be, you know, aware of, but for Brian's benefit, again, just to kind of backtrack a little bit and show you how it's put together down here. I know we've got some meetings coming up soon. We're looking forward to those, but definitely to walk through this, let you know who we are, what we do, and how it all works out. And then hopefully we get back to the table with Brent and start working on next year's budgets and moving things forward. I know everybody else is part of our group looking at initiatives and things moving forward for our budget in the future, but we didn't really want to make that part of the discussion today. This is just an overview of the department itself and what tasks we carry out throughout the years. And Stoy, if you want to share screen there, it'd be great. this will be our first divisional biannual update in a series that we will follow through with this spreadsheet as we move forward with the new county manager and the board themselves. So the Public Works Division consists of the Road and Bridge Department, our county engineer, and there's a small team there. Noxious Weed Management, which is a state mandated program, and also our transfer station or solid waste department, which is open to the public 4 days a week. There's some of the responsibilities the team has. Just goes through road mileage, which we just talked about with the list and the mapping that can also be found on the website. We've got a couple other teams here with fleet management. We've got over 150 pieces of equipment just in road and bridge, but we also do maintenance on the other department vehicles throughout the counties, other than the sheriff's vehicles and the ambulance at this point. Our engineering team is busy working on projects throughout the year. Permitting as well falls in there. That will fall on the engineer tech, and Julie certainly plays a big part in that as well.
30 minutes ago.
Noxious weed management. We did have a full noxious weed management team here years past. That was dissolved, as our budget crunch hit with the mine backing off on production. So we have contracted with Summit County, and they are actively working with us throughout our county right away to work on the A and B list of noxious weeds. And then we've got other special projects that we oversee and look at. We've got the Cabin Creek Power Plant is under renovation, which is about a 5-year project. I'm not sure exactly where they are as far as the time frame and what their schedule looks like, but I was just looking at the permit records that we mainly just oversee the haul trucks, because they've generated hundreds of truck trips up and down Guanella Pass, which, as most of the county residents know, is a pretty it's a scenic byway. It was built mainly for recreational use and sightseeing, and it's just not a good throughway for haul trucks to be on a lot. So we managed a regulation, and we permit the oversized loads, which is anything over about 40 feet. And to date, I think just 2021, since the first of the year, we've probably already observed, I think I counted well over 60 oversized loads that have just gone up these months since the snow melted and the road's been drivable for those guys. So they're working hard at it, and they hope to take a 50-year power plant and add 50 years to its life, which supplies power to the Front Range. Again, working with the Schedule A roads and the Forest Service as we move through the county and do our road maintenance on the secondary road system. We can get into that Schedule A list later if you want to hear some of the roads, but it's mainly campgrounds, picnic grounds, and access points to trailheads for the 14ers and just recreational areas throughout the county. Then we work side by side with CDOT's team, with Amy as well, on some of the projects that are not necessarily done by our department, but they are done in our right of way. And a lot of these projects become ours as they get finished, such as the Fall River Bridge last year. 314 will be the same once that road is improved to match the portions on the east and west end of that as well. And then special event support, we're part of that group as well, helping out with events and we're one of the referral departments that signs off on them, but just helping out with events like the Slacker. We've got a team put together to work at least a day or two this week to help get Beth's group set up and ready to go for that event. And there's quite a few events throughout the summer, but because they take place on the county roads and in the roadway, we become part of that group as well, just for helping with traffic control and just moving people through the county in a safe manner on all aspects. So the road and bridge staff, that's kind of a breakdown of what we've got here in-house. Admin team is pretty slim. That consists of myself, Julie, and our front desk secretary, Robin DeMayo. Stoy and Darren are in the engineering staff. I've got east and west supervisors. That's Fred Nelson and Jeff Rabus. And then we go into operators. We stand at 11 right now, but we do have the budget for as many as 14. We have not been able to keep a full staff really since I took the director's position, and this year's proved to be a challenge as well. We have people come and go. We just had one retire, but it's just a mechanism driven by wages, by other job opportunities, and then COVID threw a pretty good wrench in the system this year, just with what people are willing to do and how work is managed that way. So we did a lot of social distancing with the operators. It is something that we can give everybody a route and a vehicle so they're by themselves. But we did have our challenges this year because we were actively in and out of this building pretty much since the beginning and continued to work through some of that stuff. We did quarantine some people. We had people out. We spent a fair amount of time with direction from Dr. Ryan. He and I actually have gotten to know each other fairly well, just talking about how we manage people and how we manage the operations here. And then we played a part in helping them with the vaccination centers as well, with traffic control and just being set up with the variable message boards and parking lots down here to monitor people, mainly when they were at the EMS building. But we've talked quite a bit over the past year since Tim has joined the county team. We've also got foremen and four mechanics in the shop, who take care of our fleet, and then some of the other department vehicles as far as mainly just maintenance. We do send out a lot of the big work. If it's on some of the heavy equipment, we work with Hanen, which is John Deere, and the Cat Wagner people. We've got quite an array of different companies down in the Front Range that we're back and forth between getting parts and things. But we've got a solid team there with mechanics that is actually fully staffed at 4. So for the time being, you'll see as we get into the slides a little bit later here, just how the hours break out throughout the year. But pretty solid group of people. We've got some people that have been here a long time. We've got some people that are new. It's always, well, and we're still actively looking for new folks. We've got ads running, but just it's an integral group. I mean, we've got I think we're budgeted right now with everybody included for about 26 individuals, and we're I think running at 22 or 23, but that is slimmed down quite a bit from what we've seen in the past as far as staffing goes. But with some new people joining the group and just working through dynamics with different people on all levels, it's I say a challenge, but it's a good challenge. It's a good group of people. We get a lot of work done with a fairly tight numbered group, and I appreciate everybody on staff's input that I see daily, and it's hopefully we can work on some of the budget shortfalls, and we can move things forward and expand on some of the stuff that we do now, that we may have had more people to deal with in the past. But I'm pretty proud of the group we have here. Stoll, you can go ahead and go to the next slide.
Carl, I got a question for you on the staff slide. I know a couple years ago we did an analysis of these sort of hot jobs that we've been having trouble hiring. And I know we had speculated on some reasons why. What actions did we take over the last couple of years to try to attract more folks, or just do better attracting folks?
Several things. I mean, the operators was the tough spot, and that was where the hot jobs came in. So we were able to take that starting wage, and I'd have to look back at the numbers. It was just under $19. It was maybe a quarter less, but that's where we were for, say, an operator 2, which is kind of where we've got most of our staffing levels at. They've got CDLs, they've got equipment, operations background, and working with HR, county manager, the attorney, a group of people at that admin level, the commissioners as well. We put that out as a hot job, and we bumped that up to about the $21 range. So we added $2 an hour to that operator position, and that did help us move some people into some of those positions. We still lag behind Jeffco, CDOT, Summit County. But as far as the industry standard goes, I'd say with the surrounding counties, we're still about $2 an hour below, say, CDOT or Jeffco. But adding the $2 in between, and that varies from department to department as you move through the entities that are near us. I mean, the private sector is a whole nother animal. But, between the wages and looking at, I still really care to have CDL operators and not just have us running around in pickup trucks where we could use people that do not have CDLs. But, that commercial driver's license to me means a lot, that people have put a commitment into it, the time, the training, and it also separates us from, now that marijuana has been legalized in the recent years, CDL operators still have to follow the federal guidelines. And so we are all tested on a random basis. It's better, I think, in the long run. We've got a committed, clean group of people down here driving equipment, driving vehicles, where that's not always the case in the private sector. Some of these companies that bring people on to do municipalities, parking lots and things, not per se the cities themselves, but just private entities that are out running around doing some of the work we do. They're not always watched as closely as we watch our people. I mean, we work with Compliance Alliance. We also, the federal government started a new program called the Clearinghouse, which records everybody's driving record and whatnot. And it's to avoid issues like this truck crash that happened 2 summers ago down by Denver West. They try to monitor, who's behind the wheel of these vehicles that weigh 60,000 pounds. And it's important. I mean, I think for the county's liability, for how we operate, but it does make a challenge also for how many applications and resumes we see coming across the desk, but we are continuing that. Kate works with me. They put us out on that job fair here recently too. I know it generated some interest for jobs across the county departments. We had just a couple come through that did not work out. Had somebody else in here not too long ago that was looking at coming over from a Jeffco team to us. We picked up one from CDOT this summer. But with COVID this year, we had people leave too for different reasons. So we're kind of back and forth. We seem to be able to maintain about a dozen operators where we'd really like to have 14 or 15 just so people have time to cover others. You know, we don't let our guys take a whole lot of time off at all in the winter, and Mother Nature does not always allow us to have our weekends off. So we spend the summertime letting these guys put together some time off, and it's a challenge just with the number of people we have to make sure we're still getting projects done just by allowing people to take some time off. We can't let them all go at the same time or we'd be shutting ourselves down. So it's a bit of a juggling act, but the supervisors kind of manage that, and then we can oversee and approve or reject time off requests as they come and go. So I don't know if that completely answers your question, George. It kind of went on a ramble there, but we still, you know, we are actively running ads, and we have had some recent activity with applications, but at the moment I do not have any.
Okay, thank you. That does.
All right. And this one, we won't dive too deep into it. This is last summer's numbers, just to kind of show you some of what we do. Striping, dust control, ditch and drainage work, graders and water trucks are running on a daily basis. We contract out the guardrail work, but all the gravel work is done in-house. And we generally run about 11,000 hours of summer maintenance time. And Julie, maybe you could step in, but it's we count that from May through October.
Yes, May 1st through October 31st.
Yep. And then the winter operations, which we'll see here again, run from November through April.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how our year's split. And I noticed the numbers. We've got 11,000 hours of summer maintenance, and I believe the winter maintenance was about 12,000 hours of staff doing mainly snow removal and ice control. But those are some of the numbers there. I mean, we are well into our summer maintenance, even though we saw snow right up to Memorial Day. We have been running the graders, and the crews are out doing a lot of gravel road work, and we started doing dust control here over the last several weeks. So you may see some signage and just some projects going on as the guys are moving through the secondary road list. And then obviously our phone lines are lit up. It's interesting. You know, we had rain early, and then it turned right into the 90-degree weather with the relative humidity of about 15%, and all the gravel roads just dry out immediately. We get some dust complaints and some washboard complaints, but all in all, the guys have been busy knocking out all of that stuff as we move into the summer months. So you can go ahead to the next one. Yeah, so winter numbers, that's more, again, like I said, just from November forward. So there's some of the numbers there. Again, 12,000 hours, and snow removal costs are right at about $1 million, which is about 70% of that budget line for the winter operations. You know, and then we've, on top of that, just with wear parts and having the mechanics, it's an ongoing maintenance and repair just with plow trucks. They are, we've got some rough terrain up here in the mountains in the county, and they are constantly in need of repair and work. Any questions on any of that? All right, well, we're moving along here. We'll work into the engineering department and talk through some projects and just what we have planned for the year. And I will let Stoy jump in and work through these next couple slides.
Thank you, Carl. And Yeah, again, Soy, Streepy, the county engineer, and yeah, really, in my position with the Road and Bridge Department, have concentrated on several different areas there. You know, one thing that that we have been trying to get a handle on is, you know, partly due to just the development we've seen over the years in Clear Creek County, how our historic road system was developed, and individual properties been developed. We end up, you know, with a significant amount of gravel roads, steep gravel roads. Just the topography around the county is relatively steep compared to a lot of other areas around, and just due to the steepness and the development that we've seen, we've seen several areas where we have a lot of mainly sedimentation, erosion happening from these developed areas in the road system that fills in our roadside ditches and deposits large amounts of transported material down on private properties and other areas where it causes a problem. And some of these private property owners, and certainly the Road and Bridge Department, spends a lot of their summer maintenance hours out there pulling roadside ditches and cleaning up some of the sediment that gets deposited around and transported from surface water and precipitation events. And so we have been trying to, you know, address that in a holistic manner, you know, just with how we're maintaining the roads and how we administer our requirements for revegetation plans for private development and that sort of thing. But there's a couple specific areas that we've have gone a little bit farther, and one being the Floyd Hill area, where we have a pretty high density population for Clear Creek County, and a pretty extensive road network just within the Floyd Hill area, and you know, a large drainage system that is operating you know, pretty well, but we spend a lot of time, our operations crew spends a lot of time out there taking care of the roads, and we get some concerns from private property owners again about erosion and different drainage aspects there. So we did contract last year with Right Water Engineers to perform a master drainage plan for the Floyd Hill area, where they went through and did a hydraulics and hydrology analysis to evaluate, you know, the certain, you know, 2, 5, 10, 25, and 100-year storm events, and with those, and modeled those and what they would look like going through our drainage system there and our road culverts. And they did find, you know, that overall, you know, our culvert system is sized appropriately. There's several things that have come up. You know, we need additional cross culverts there to allow to get some of this water out of the roadside ditches as it travels down these steeper roadside ditches and gains velocity and picks up material and starts to cause some problems. But that is ongoing with the master drainage plan there. They have done the analysis on it, and now we're looking at really finalizing the report and the recommendations, as well as looking at a couple specific areas there where we've had some more significant problems that we're trying to address on more of a project specific basis there. And then additionally, as far as drainage and water quality, we're looking at the Pine Valley subdivision, which is located off of Old Squaw Pass Road. And we have received several concerns from private property owners there, where we have this large amounts of sediment deposits that come down through the drainage system, you know, historic drainage paths, as well as the road drainage system, and gets deposited on private properties. And so we've hired Bohannon Houston engineering team to take a look at that specific area, and they're coming up with some conceptual plans. They've done a more simplified hydraulics and hydrology analysis for that area, and modeled that, and are coming up with some recommendations for creating some water quality control areas there, such as just a sediment basin or somewhere where we can more easily collect some of the sediments that's being transported through the system, collect that, and at a point where we can get in there with our equipment and get it cleaned out and removed, and better manage the erosion and sedimentation problems that we're seeing in the area there. For road construction, we really have, you know, two larger projects that we're working on this year. One is the Meadowview retaining wall, and which is just a retaining wall to stabilize a failed road embankment there in the Floyd Hill area. And then we've just got a general kind of pavement maintenance, which consists of a pavement overlay and replacing several culverts along Soda Creek Road just south of Idaho Springs. We'll get into those specific projects a little bit here in the next couple of slides. Then beyond that, Carl already touched on in a previous slide some of the crack sealing, pavement markings, and guardrail work that we've done over the years. That's something that we do on an annual basis, and try to do as much crack sealing to help maintain our pavement surfaces, and then pavement markings just to refresh those. We right now with the budget funds that we have available for our pavement markings, we're really doing our roads every other year. We'll do half the county one year and the other half the following year. And then the guardrail just receives a lot of damage as it's doing its job to protect from other more significant hazards. People run into the guardrails and they get damaged. So we go through every year and replace and repair the damaged guardrail, and we'll add limited sections through that guardrail program as we discover and want to protect other hazards there. And then Carl also mentioned, that we do monitor and collaborate with other agencies for some of the other projects that are not driven necessarily by the county, but the County Road and Bridge and Public Works Department are involved with through the review and construction of some of these projects. One is the Greenway and Road Improvement Project there on County Road 314. That's being completed at the direction of CDOT. And then we have a larger infrastructure project at St. Mary's subdivision area there with the St. Mary's Water and Sanitation District that's replacing some of their aging infrastructure, the water and sewer lines, pump houses, and some of the water storage areas there. We have another CDOT project there. And in Dumont, West Dumont Road, there's an existing trailhead that is located in CDOT right of way, and they are improving that. It's been used historically for river access from both recreational and commercial rafters to get in there. I've seen some, issues with conflicts in there and just parking and access to the river there. And again, that's currently located in CDOT right of way. So CDOT has taken on that project to actually improve the trailhead area, improve the river access and the parking and access associated with that. And then they're actually going to deed that over to the county. So the county will take ownership of that trailhead area and maintain it in the future. Lower Beaver Brook Dam replacement, that's a project that's under the direction of Lookout Mountain Water District there that provides water to the area. They've got a series of reservoirs through the canyon there. They've replaced several years ago the upper reservoir, and they're now due to some concerns that really came to light through some recent flood events. The state has mandated they replace that lower dam as well, and they've finally obtained the necessary funding to do so and are replacing that lower Beaver Brook Dam currently. And then as Carl touched on, the Cabin Creek Hydroelectric Plant of Canal Pass Road, they have ongoing work in that area as well. Again, just quickly, on our Floyd Hill area, we had a pretty extensive drainage network there. A large drainage basin that we've divided up into sub basins there. And again, Right Water Engineers have done the hydraulic and hydrologic analysis on that. We're working through the details on that. A couple things, those couple of specific projects there are associated with Ponderosa Drive, where we've seen some road failures that we've tried to address. With that, some large erosion channels being created through some of these paths that we're coming up with some recommendations on how to correct some of that and reroute some of the surface water and maybe come up with some water quality control features there as well. And then there's another area that's down towards the high school that we're having similar problems that we're addressing through that study. And then again, the Pine Valley subdivision, where we're working on some water quality control features there. This is the Meadowview Drive retaining wall. A private developer had gone into a private property there to develop that property. Didn't obtain the proper right-of-way or road and bridge permits prior to commencing the work there, and so the county didn't really get a good review on what they were doing there, and they kind of got in there and undercut Meadowview Drive, the existing road platform there, and you can kind of see some of the failure that happened, immediately, and then over time, as they destabilized the road platform there, and then it continued to erode and fail. We've worked through the process on obtaining funds to correct that, and we're actually able to get in there late this spring, and Miller Wall Company, we contracted with Miller Wall Company for design and construction of this retaining wall that they just recently finished, and did a really good job of getting that area stabilized and the road put back together there. So we're very pleased, and the residents there are pleased to have full access. We did have that road, really down to essentially one lane for a long period of time. So we're happy to have that back up and going at 2 lanes and a lot safer to get through that area now. And Soda Creek Road, just south of Idaho Springs, as most of you I think are aware, Soda Springs have done a pretty large paving and infrastructure project there within the city limits. They ran that out, Soda Creek Road to the city limit. We've done our pavement evaluation, and Soda Creek Road we had slated as one of the roads that was on the priority list to get a mill or overlay project completed on, to keep the pavement surface in good shape there. Again, we're replacing several culverts, and we'll do the pavement overlay on that, match up to the city limits, and run out as far as the intersection with Van Eden Road or the county's transfer station there. Road does serve the transfer station, so get some traffic from that, as well as Little Bear Creek Road that is a thoroughfare for the county, although it is a gravel, steep, windy road. It is a thoroughfare that we see a significant amount of traffic on. So we'll be doing that. We're completing a design with Ultig Engineering now, and we'll have our first review here in just a week or so, and then hope to get construction started on that late summer, early fall for Soda Creek Road. And then again, just these several projects from the outside agencies. County Road 314, very excited about that, to continue that from the game check area to the city limit at the Shelley Quinn ball fields there, or where it passes back under I-70 there. Addition of the Greenway recreation path through there, as well as the road widening improvement project. And then these other projects we touched on. And I think with that, we're running out of time. I'll turn this back over to Carl, and he can touch on just these last couple areas that we've got in the Public Works Division.
All right, thanks, Stoy. Yeah, and I think we just have a couple slides left, but if we need to do a hard stop at 10, let me know, George. We do have
Brian, let me check with you on that, Brian. I see that we have an hour starting at 10 for county manager updates. Can we eat into that, or do you need the full hour? We can eat into that.
Yes, we can eat into that. That's fine.
Okay, please proceed, Carl.
All right, shouldn't take too long, but so noxious weed management, I touched on a little bit earlier that we no longer have a department in or under our management here. So to stay compliant with the state and what we need to do with that A and B list for noxious weeds, we reached out to some of the surrounding counties and found that Summit County's weed team was more than willing to come over and work with us here. So we started that last summer, kind of last minute though. We did an August application and hit a lot of weeds throughout the county on all the county roads that we maintain. And, as of this spring, we got a chance to go do some looking around at what we sprayed last year, and it had a pretty good impact on at least the initial plants in the right of way. So we've continued that contract with them through this year. We actually added some funds to the budget line, and they plan on coming to the county twice this year. Ryan Cook is the acting manager of that team right now, and I worked with him last year on this as well. So their team was here all last week, and we were able to get done all the primary maintained roads and right away from the East District all the way up through West District as far as Silver Plume and up on Cabin Creek. With the elevation, the plants above that just aren't popping yet, so they don't need to be sprayed at this point in time. And then Ryan's group's going to come back, evaluate in August, and do a second spray either on the secondary roads or any problem spots that we see fit. Their team went through some alterations throughout this year with COVID in Summit County as well. They did lose their public works director, so they shuffled some people around, and they have about half the staff that they had last year. So I was actually really pleased that he reached out to us early and got going on the project for this year. So I think we've got a good handle on it, but we will need to renew that contract with them for years to come if that's what we continue to do. As we move forward, we'll have to look into that, see as well, because when we did have a full team here, which was run by Ted Brown, and then we'd bring in at least I think 4 applicators that would be trained. So our overhead at that point in time annually was really in the area of about $160,000. But we were able to do some work for the municipalities and do some work for open space on some of the, and as well as some private properties, where right now with the monies that we've set aside for the contract with Summit County, which this year is right at $50,000, it allows us to at least do the right of way, but we're no longer able to, with staffing and just the needs, take care of some of that above and beyond stuff. Ted used to do some work for CDOT. I know Summit County does as well, and for the Forest Service, but it really opens up with 80% of the county being public lands, the Forest Service has their challenges there too. But for the time being, we're at least able to save the county some money on the programs, but also take care of the right of way, what our obligation is mandated by the state. And then the transfer station, with COVID this year, it's been a little interesting, and I know Randy and George both frequent that facility, so you've noticed the changes in the layout this year. They had their challenges, but we really tried to be proactive with the staff we do have and make sure that they were not handling every bit of recyclable product coming through that facility. If you can imagine, with the fears of COVID and infection, it just becomes a different animal over there too. So we kind of laid the facility out differently. Some things worked better, some have not. I've talked with Bob recently just about what he wants to do looking forward as we, I guess we'll say, move back to normalcy here at some point in time. We're still short staffed over there too. They have a open position for one more operator to drive the roll-off truck and work at the facility throughout the week. And then we also have a part-time summer laborer position open right now as well. So we're looking to staff them up because they've got their challenges with just 3 staff members there taking time off as well is interesting. Just managing the calendar for everybody. So that was part of the reason we went to a 4-day work week last year. that has seemed to work out and take quite a bit of a load off those 3 guys over there. We've got a couple people on the road and bridge side that are trained, somewhat to jump in and help over there, but they do a lot with a little. So that crew needs some kudos too. Every time you're in and out of there, give them a thumbs up or a pat on the back. But not a whole lot more has changed over there. We purchased a new truck for them this year, so that new Mack roll-off has been a great addition. It's a really nice truck, and they seem to it suits their needs, and they seem to like that one quite well. We are going to take the old roll-off truck down to a roller auction with another about half dozen vehicles from Road and Bridge. We've got one from the Trails team. That stuff will be taken down to Commerce City and auctioned off here in July, and then those funds will go directly back into the budget for each of those departments that those vehicles come out of. So we do that as we work through our fleet management time as well. You guys have, I know we haven't done an update in recent in the past here anyway. So if there's any bit of the format or any information that you'd like to see as we close up for the day with the board, please give us some feedback and let us know what you'd like. I think our next slide was just open to questions and discussion if you had any for me and my team, but certainly look forward to that. And then future presentations, if there's anything specifically you'd like to see from us, we'd certainly like to hear your input. And thanks again today for your time.
I thought it was a good presentation, and I think we can always follow up afterwards if we have some thoughts about something else we'd like to see. George may now at this time, but I'm fine with it. I thought it was a really good presentation, and good work keeping up with everything during COVID and manpower crises, and my own comment on the last part of your presentation, which was about the transfer station, is I think they've been doing a great job up there. And I think almost all of it has worked really well. And some of it has been, with or without COVID, has been an actual improvement in operation. I actually like the bottom end recycling thing. Cardboard's a little clumsy because of the tight, if you pull in a pickup, you can kind of get your doors open and get out. So that's a little tougher, right in there. But otherwise, I just think that with the manpower you've had, you've done a really good job. And I think the staff up there is doing a great job too.
Well, thank you, Randy, and we will certainly pass that on.
Yeah, well said. Kudos to all of you. I think it's appropriate to be pretty general, at least once a year, and do this kind of broad overview. I know you mentioned it's helpful to Brian, but these are public meetings, and maybe it's helpful for folks, especially now that we have online access, just folks who are wanting to know what's going on in Road and Bridge and Public Works. So if anybody was paying attention for this last hour, I expect they learned a lot. I know I did. Maybe some things that, as far as feedback for future presentations, where you have things that you want to think through or need direction on. I know normally we will that'll end up on the agenda on an as needed basis. So I don't know that we want to add a ton of that to these updates. I'd like to think that if you have something come up, you can get to us earlier than 6 months.
Sure.
Some things, I was down at CCI's conference, and there were some vendors that I talked to that might have some services that would be interesting to us. There's an online vehicle auction company that I have information for. Enterprise is offering a fleet management service that some other counties seem to have saved a lot of money on, that maybe we want to look into. And then I'm curious the extent to which we have looked at some of these new pavement technologies, like, in situ recycling processes. I don't know if they save money or just have good environmental benefits, but those are some things that are kind of on my mind that we don't have to jump into right now. And
Okay.
Those are
Yeah,
topics.
we've done a lot of work with recycling asphalt pavement, and would love to schedule a work session with you if you want to talk about it, or if you want to talk about it individually or with the public. Either way, we have learned a little bit about recycling asphalt here in the past couple of years.
Yeah, and I've had the same interest in some recycled paving products and different, kind of revolutionary kinds of paving products. And I just don't know what they mean for our environment and our conditions and traction and everything up here. But it would be, certainly it'd be good to look at. Some of them some of them imply that they have some longevity advantages as an example, and maintenance and advantages. But of course, you're reading their literature when you read that. So it'd be good to know more.
Other than that, I don't, thanks. I think this is good, and I think this kind of format should always cover most of the presentation.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your input and suggestions, and we will work on that in future presentations.
Great. Okay, well, let's jump into our Board of County Commissioners consent agenda.
Don't we have, oh yeah, you're right, sorry.
Yeah, and then we have the county manager update as soon as we get through this. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. Item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Number 2, consideration of approval of new ambulance remount 50% EMTS grant purchase. Number 3, consideration of approval of amendment to county flexible benefit plan. Number 4, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-53 to ratify Clear Creek County fire ban stage 1 fire restrictions in Clear Creek County enacted on June 17th, 2021. Would you like to discuss any of those?
I think I'm good if you are.
Yeah, I think so. I read through them. I don't have any questions.
So I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, consent agenda passes. Next on our agenda is county manager updates with our new county manager, Brian. I know we've all met him. If you're watching and you're wondering who Brian Bossard is, he's our new county manager. Brian, what do you have for us?
Well, thank you. Well, first and foremost, it's great to be here. First meeting. Actually, I want to say a public thank you to the 2 staff members that are on here right now, Beth and Peter. It's been a huge help to me as I'm getting my feet wet and drinking through a fire hose and just trying to take in all the information that's being shared with me. Both of them have been a huge help. I'm probably going to wear a pattern into the carpet walking back and forth between my office and Beth's, given all the questions I got for. But again, they've both been very helpful to me. So had a couple of staff meetings already with our leadership team, and just looking forward to rolling my sleeves up and getting to work with all of you in our residents as well. So it's exciting to be here. I've got 2 short updates, and I believe Beth has one as well with respect to IT, and Peter might be chiming in on that one as well. First one is just to suggest to the both of you that maybe we might want to add an agenda item during your next meeting to begin discussing the potential for returning to in-person meetings, what that might look like, what we need to be prepared for. I know we've already got some meetings set up internally to start discussing how to be prepared to do some kind of a hybrid meeting from the board's meeting room itself, so we can accommodate both in person and the potential for a Zoom setup also. So I guess I'm suggesting potentially for that being an agenda item at one of our upcoming meetings, if not the next one. One of the next ones coming up, just to have that conversation. Brenda did reach out to me, our county clerk and recorder. So I guess it's my understanding during her last during the last election, she actually used the board's room as the room for in-person elections, and is wondering if that's a possibility again. And so if we did do this next week, you could also have that conversation with respect to whether or not we want to reserve the room for her. It would be October 25th through November 2nd is when the room would be off limits, and it would only be available for elections. So we would have to then state that we'd be holding 2 potential meetings over Zoom again, if that was our intent or desire. She is willing to go back into the hallway, I guess, as she's used in the past. Although it sounds like having a little bit more space in the boardroom was helpful to the election process, I guess, overall. So potential discussion point for the 3 of you, I guess, next week, if we add this agenda item with respect to in-person meetings and what that's going to look like moving forward. My only other item is just a quick update on the clinic itself. I've been participating. I guess I've had 2 meetings in the 3 weeks I've been here now, or 2.5 weeks I've been here now with the team, just kind of getting an update on where we're at with the clinic, and it's looking like we're close. Elevators being installed this week inside the building itself. I'm going to start looking at a punch item list in the beginning of July. They were hoping to have a crane there and to set the actual bridge over the creek yesterday. I meant to drive by this morning and forgot. It's up. I'm seeing thumbs up from Beth, so it sounds like we've got a bridge set. All right, well, that's great. So that's in place. They're completing some aspects of the roofing work. They are hoping to have a temporary COO on July 21st, which would then give us the ability to start moving equipment into the building itself. Oh, we got a picture of the bridge. There we go. Awesome. So that just got set yesterday. So again, they're hoping for a temporary CO July 21st. And again, that would allow us to start moving some furniture in and things of that nature. And then the permanent CO on July 28th, which would be basically turning over the keys to us at that point to the building. So I know this has been an exciting project for the board, for the county, and the service it's going to provide from that building. So exciting up there, I guess, with respect to that, with that project. So I think that's what I've got.
Okay. I've got some thoughts on those things. Randy, happy to let you go first, or I can jump in if you'd like.
Yeah, yeah, same. Why don't you go ahead, George? You spoke first.
Okay.
Beat me to the draw. So.
Yeah. So as to your proposal, Brian, about whether we should have a work session to discuss going back in person, I suspect we can maybe get where we need to be today. Where I remember where it was that we had, and you said this as well, was that we basically wanted to have hybrid functionality in the boardroom, and we're ready to go back to in person as soon as that's available. Am I off on that, Randy?
Yeah, but it's got to be high. It has to be from my perspective, it needs to be a high quality functional hybrid system, and not, we got something going, let's jump in, because I've seen some hybrid systems that don't work very well. You know, the difficulty, of course, is for those who are online to be able to really see what's going on with our in-person attendees in the audience, because in the past, we haven't always required, depending on the nature of a work session, for somebody to walk up to a microphone at a podium. You know, if we have staff on board and we're having a broad ranging discussion as an example. So a lot of times it's hard for those virtually following the meeting, I think, to understand and see what's going on, because when you have a broad spectrum camera that tries to look at an entire audience, you know, all you see is you don't hear much and you don't see much. So having meaningful engagement virtually as in person I've seen be kind of difficult. And then our ability to also see as well. Now we can still operate with our laptops in front of us as commissioners and certain staff, you know, that are in place there. So I know there are a lot of, I know there've been a lot of, there were a lot of hybrid meetings through schools and everywhere else, you know, people adjusting to COVID, that we learned a lot in the last year. And so whatever we do, I'd like to make sure that we make the best benefit of that has been learned elsewhere and get it right the first time. And I know that we have, and no reflection on the staff itself, but I know we also have, we're limited right now in terms of our, the amount of manpower that we've got, in our IT staff and stuff like that. So it may take a little bit of time to figure it out and get it right within the existing, their workloads, because I don't want to overburden them and try to rush to it. That said, I'm fine for getting there as quickly as we can. Let's just make sure it's a high quality product when we start doing it. And then we can also, I think we can also vary, like what I just thought of on the election thing, because it kind of ties together as I looked at the calendar. And that would mean my first thought was, oh, that means October 26th, we won't hold a meeting the last weekend of the month, which isn't that big a deal. And then I thought, well, yeah, you could just hold an all virtual meeting if the room's occupied for some reason. So it actually gives us flexibility to be able to go between and use whichever format works the best at that time.
Yeah, I agree with what you said, Randy. And so I don't know, Brian, if you feel like that is enough. I haven't heard anything, I think, different from Sean in the conversations we've had. So I guess I'll leave it in your hands. If you think we need to do a work session, I'm happy to attend and offer my thoughts.
Well, I guess for me, that's enough direction. I'm hearing you want a quality setup with respect to a hybrid system that's going to be able to capture what's happening in the room for both the viewer sitting at home can see and hear and be part of the conversation, much like they are today with respect to an all digital Zoom. So Beth, unless you feel otherwise, I mean, I think that for us, that's the direction we need to start working with whatever the technology solutions might be to make that room better prepared for both options.
Right. I think that rather than needing a work session to discuss pros and cons, do we want to do it at a high level? I think the answer for all three of us is yes, as long as it's, and then where it may come back to some work session would be there's likely to be some investment involved, whether it's another big screen in the room somewhere that we can see and have a better, that direct something in the back. Some places have done things like that, or there's ceiling height limitations to do that effectively, but that's one. Another one would be camera setups to be able to more effectively capture camera and mic setups to be able to more effectively capture the room and get to the public. So if I'm just guessing at things that would require investment. And so it would be probably a short work session to talk about that investment and approve it.
Yeah. And then the clerk's request, are we okay with making those two meetings Zoom only?
I don't have a problem with it. Something that I think we might just want to make sure we have right is doing a virtual meeting. I think we know meets open meetings laws in a public health emergency. When we are not in a public health emergency, we might want to be thoughtful about both the law and the state of expectations. So, and we don't know what November or I guess, late October will look like. But those are some things that I don't think I have answers on. Maybe I have questions about that we could ask. Maybe that's a Peter thing to just kind of see what other groups are doing and whether that's actually an option for us that the public would be happy with and that is legal.
I know it's changed my mind a lot over time. I was not a fan of virtual meetings a couple of years ago when it was suggested pre-COVID. When forced into it, having seen its power and its benefits in many ways, if there's not a legal restriction from doing it, I think it's been very functional and useful. And having done about 3 months as chair without, in in-person meetings and rolling into the virtual meetings, I didn't find it to be any challenge at all, and almost more useful in terms of being able to see people and see what's going on. I know that may not be true for all attendees, and it depends on how you're attending to and engaging. But
yeah, I've heard I had a pretty candid conversation with a friend of ours who lives in Idaho Springs, who expressed, I think, not in these exact words, but similar ones that, sometimes they want to see us and be with us and see us respond when they have, things that they're concerned about that they want to hold us accountable for. So anyway, that's maybe enough on that. I'm comfortable with it personally, and just want
And just let me say to that, that's exactly that was my feeling before, was that we owe it to stand with them in the room and be there, be personally accountable with them and all that kind of stuff. And then I realized on this screen, I feel as exposed as I do in the room. So, and as accountable. So it just shifted a little.
Yeah, I feel the same.
So just to clarify, are we bringing this back next week, or did we just discuss it?
So I'm hearing we're not bringing it back. We just have a question about the legalities of future all Zoom meetings past the public health crisis.
Okay, and I can tell you already, I know that for a fact that that is legal to have Zoom meetings. It satisfies the statutory requirement of holding the meetings the certain amount of times a month that we're required by statute to do. So you can conduct all Zoom meetings as long as you have an opportunity for the public to participate. And that can be by including telephone call-ins, that can be Zoom call-ins, chat via Facebook. There actually is a much greater opportunity for public participation in Zoom meetings as opposed to requiring somebody to physically be there.
Right.
What we would put on every agenda is that if somebody needs some sort of an accommodation, we would arrange for it so that they could participate.
I think part of my feeling too is that, yeah, I'm willing to go back to in-person meetings. I just want to make sure they're hybrid and we are able to, during our in-person meetings, capture the power of the virtual meeting as well. People who don't have the time, it may be very important to them, but their work, their job, their family, their whatever's going on, they don't have an ability to be there. And now they have the ability to be there. And so to maintain that, I think it's brave new world. I think we should really grab that and grab it as well as we can.
Okay, so based on the legal comment there with respect to the public meeting, are we okay with the elections?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so too. And maybe not the one, but like I'm thinking of land use hearings. Like there are some things that we might try not to schedule when we're not going to be in person. But this is all just my thoughts having heard about it just now. So,
yeah.
And I don't think significant obstacles need to be put up so that we can run a good election out of a facility, right? That's efficient and effective.
Okay. All right. So we'll keep working on the hybrid option. We'll not schedule that for an upcoming agenda until we've probably got some technology solutions, and we'll be coming back to you. Beth, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to add the same thing. I didn't know if we wanted to wait to return in person until the technology is in place already, or if you want to go ahead and meet back in person with your laptops and, do sort of the makeshift hybrid version. So just checking to make sure.
The answer to the question was, and I'll repeat what I said earlier, is when we come back in person, I'd like for us to be hybrid, I think, and to capture that power. And I'd like for it to be a first-class product. And I'm all for being back in person. I'm just personally not in favor of giving up the advantages to the public.
You bet.
Being able to be there and some of the many advantages that we've learned about virtual meetings that I previously rejected. I've changed my mind. That's all. It's been very powerful, and I want us to maintain that as we come back in. That's my take. And I may be in the minority, but I'm doubting it. So.
I'm pretty much there with you, Randy, with one caveat that we don't know what the timeline is involved in getting a great hybrid solution, and we might have a different opinion if we find that timeline is extended.
Right, and I agree with that. So I would just encourage us to enthusiastically pursue that, and knowing that we'll be open-minded to what we need to do to make it happen.
Yeah, I'll bring you back some lead times so you can just kind of know what we're looking at as far as coming back in high quality.
Brian, you mentioned the clinic, something that I think has been asked for in the past, but I want to reiterate. I would really like to have a readout, probably most appropriately from the Pasula team, about the state of the space, who's operating where, how we're matching up against the pro forma. And I would like an opportunity to comment on any difficult decisions around trade-offs between rentable space and staff effectiveness through use of space, if that makes sense.
All right, so I'm hearing a work session item just to brief you on overall status of the building itself, how we're doing against the pro forma, use of the space, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should, I think the commission should be integrally involved in some final decision making in that area to understand what it is, you know, as a trigger gets pulled. And I think that's what I'm reading. We're going to have a high end as well.
Okay, we can do that.
And then a quick question from me. I know we have this childcare group that's trying to move fast and looking at using the resource center, remodeling the resource center into a childcare facility. I'm just curious for an update. How's the construction of that lease going?
Okay, so it's actually an executive session item.
Okay, good enough.
And I believe Beth has an IT update for you also.
Yeah. One other thing relating to that, George, though, I did get some communication with them yesterday, which I will share with you in executive session, but I do want to mention that it looks like right now the resource center is still occupied through, Beth, you had told me yesterday that there's one group that is still in there. It's likely not going to be available till the collaborative care center is open and that move can be made.
That's right.
So, but I'll give you additional background in executive session. And the IT item that we had mentioned, I can really take the lead on it and just kind of brief the board. So prior to the board's recess for 2 weeks, essentially without a meeting, our administrative services had reviewed our IT section. We have lost 2 employees in the IT section. And essentially right now there is literally only one person running IT. There became an exigent need for additional help in the IT department because securing people to actually work in-house was proving to be impossible. It's very hard to attract people. It's very hard to meet the salaries of those individuals. So Beth had done some research and had been working with a company that already provides services to the sheriff's department. With Beth's assistance, we negotiated a short-term contract with them to bring them in for basically to serve as an umbrella organization to make sure that IT is functioning. It's also a bit of an experimentation to see how this hybrid model works with having an outside company manage some aspects, but perhaps still trying to secure and backfill our internal help desks. I think our employees, our staff, everybody's very, very much used to good customer service in-house from our IT department. So in our purchasing policy, typically you would have to seek 3 bids for potential services that exceed essentially $10,000. In this short-term contract, it was going to exceed that amount, but there is a provision in the purchasing policy that allows for a waiver of the bid process if there are exigent circumstances. The only requirement is that we come back to the board after either the county manager or the chair approve the agreement. And in the purchasing policy itself, it actually says the chair, not the board itself. So the chair or the county manager at the time may approve this short-term contract as long as the county manager or his designee come back and advise the board of the action that was taken. So that's why we just wanted to update you that indeed we did enter into a 3-month contract with a group named Axiom. Beth has worked with them extensively. The the agreement itself, Brian has looked at, George may even have looked at it as well. I'm not sure, but okay, so you haven't seen it yet, but the end result is that I felt legally it met the needs of the purchasing policy, and we're seeing how it's going to work out. There's nothing indicating that we will renew it. I think we'll evaluate that in the interim. If we do decide to continue to use this umbrella outside organization for this, Beth would move forward with a request for proposals so that we could actually do it per the purchasing policy.
Okay, I think that's, assuming this is a short-term solution and not a long-term policy that's implied by this, or the authority to do that or anything, I'm okay with what we're doing to accomplish our goals. I think there needs to be a robust discussion about outsourcing outsourcing county jobs and what that means at the high level, at the large scale, when we're talking about job diversity in Clear Creek County and quality of jobs in Clear Creek County. And so it's caused me to think that the cost of the provision of the services is really an important topic, but it's not the only factor to consider when we start outsourcing jobs that may or may not be any more effectively provided or as effectively provided by the private sector. You know, it's kind of a big discussion to have in general, and then at each level, every time a decision is made on it, I think, you know, certainly I'd like to understand the reason it's being made and have the ability to do that if it's a long-term policy decision. And so that means we need to have a discussion, a larger discussion about that somewhere in the future, about our general attitude and policy about that. And I may be in the minority in that subject matter, but I think that my own feeling is that I think that we have, you know, in that a lot of people don't like government, and they don't like government doing anything until they need it. And there's a lot of things that government does that the private sector doesn't do effectively for the broad ranging to make sure all citizens get what they need, whether it's education or other things. And then in the county where our job market is kind of a unilateral job market, you know, it's pretty narrow. And we have sought and expressed the need to diverse our economy and our job opportunities here, where we import most of our labor and we export most of our laborers who live here to somewhere else in order to be able to afford to live here, that we try to maintain that diversity. And I think that the county does offer good services and does have some of the more diverse and better jobs in the county and opportunities to be able to live and work here. So that's kind of where I wanted, that conversation needs to be had at a high level before we just, you know, let a calculator decide for us every time. And I'm not saying that you're doing that at all. I recognize the problem and why you're doing it, but I just wanted to drop that topic on the table.
Yeah, and I agree with most of what you said there. In general, I think I'm inclined against the idea that outsourcing is a good way to provide effective services. Obviously, I'm willing to entertain analyses. Cost effectiveness is part of the picture, certainly, and an important one. But I guess I would like to think that any decisions around outsourcing any positions in the county would be the result of an open and you know, thorough dialogue where nobody on our staff is going to be surprised or, you know, having to think that something might happen that they were unaware of. I think our staff should feel secure in their jobs, and that's really important.
I think that's really well said, George. We have done a lot of belt tightening in the last few years because of, you know, declining revenues from the Henderson. And so we've gotten to where I think we're pretty effective for the most part in what we do. And I'd like for our staff to know that they're on our team and we've got their backs and they've got ours. And if they think that that we as a group have perceived outsourcing as a way for us to trim an extra $1.98 out of everything we can, especially when that may not even be holistically a savings if it's a reduction in services, as an example. You just bought less for less, then I think it's important that they know we've got their backs and we're not out to peddle their job to the lowest bidder.
Let me just say those words are appreciated by staff, I think. I'm obviously the new guy and I'm in week 2.5, but it has been shared with me that there's been some concern about, that outsourcing question. Now, that said, I do think it's a legitimate question to be asking with respect to having looked at what the cost is, associated with that. What would be the impact on service? But I think what you both just explained is the kind of due diligence we're going to be doing internally with respect to evaluating the existing contract that we've just signed with this firm to ensure what's going to be the impact on the service internally. What is the cost versus doing it out, doing it ourselves, et cetera. So that's the exact kind of analysis that we'll be doing internally before we come back to you with whatever the recommendation might be or what we're considering at that point in time once we get past the couple months of this contract.
I think it's important to know that it will be done intelligently and with a broad perspective of all of the benefits and costs of doing that. And it's also important for staff to know that there hasn't been any policy set out by this board instructing our upper level staff to look for opportunities to outsource. That's not a project we've set. We're not setting our county manager, county attorney, and HR on is to look for opportunities to outsource our jobs so that we can trim our staff. That's where I'm at,
And that direction, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think direction like that is a matter of general policy and not appropriate for executive session, correct?
That is correct. It's exactly not permitted to be discussed in executive session. And
Just so that everybody knows, these discussions will be open.
Right.
If to the extent they even happen, like it's not like we have a slate of conversations to have around our different departments and outsourcing. One thing I just want to note, maybe mostly for you, Brian and Peter, our former IT director filled a policy role as well. He was, I think, principally tasked with helping understand broadband deployment. And we need to figure out how to retain that function one way or another. So that's part of the puzzle here.
Right.
Good to know.
A couple of comments just going back on to the purchasing policy and the decision to do the waiver. I presume by the time we're in a position to extend the agreement, if we choose to, at that point, this will not be exigent to the extent that we would want to waive that policy again, right?
that is correct. And if anything, and this is something I imagine Beth will discuss with Brian, whether or not they do want to, in fact, issue an RFP for these type of services to evaluate. If so, they'll need to do it sooner rather than later, not just wait till the end of this 3-month period. Is the goal to search and try and retain a director? Beth has not been able to do that, based a lot in relation to salary comparisons out there and the need for these type of services these days by private companies. So that's what they'll weigh. But no, at this point, we already know what the circumstances are. So I think it would be improper for us to argue they're exigent 3 months from now.
Thank you. And that might be something that we want to therefore talk about as a board in the coming weeks. Or, as information comes available. But maybe I'll just share my commitment to not creating an exigent situation and being available to have that conversation.
Right, through procrastination. Right.
Yeah, we need to do our due diligence internally, again, evaluate the contract, what our options are moving forward, if we want to continue with the contract or potentially go back out for another recruitment. It sounds like we need to make that decision sooner rather than later, but we'll certainly bring back to you what our desires are before we move.
Okay. And then well, we have a habit of saying my last comment on this board. Sometimes it's even true. But the last thing I have written down is that there's a component of this purchasing policy that I'm not entirely comfortable with. I think it could be cleared up. It says that the board chair or the manager can waive that requirement. I would be more comfortable. I think anytime you say this person or that person, things get messy. I would be much more comfortable, and I presume other people who would be board chairs in the future would as well, if that policy was more like, or if like the county manager can waive it, and if the county manager is not available and it's exigent, then the board chair could waive it, or something. I just wouldn't want to be in a situation where two people have the same authority and nobody knows who's on first.
So just to inform the board, Brian and I have already spoken about revamping the purchasing policy. It was adopted by the board right at the beginning of the year. I don't know if it was, from what I understand, it wasn't. It was very much the prior policy with a few changes. I don't believe it was completely revamped at that point. I will tell you that I have a number of things that I would like to change in the policy, and I'm sure Brian, as he delves into it, would agree. So that will just be one example of when it would be appropriate to make that change. And hopefully those are things that will be done sooner rather than later. But we are definitely aware of it.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same thing. I mean, what constitutes an exigent? You know, exigence is in the eye of the beholder, and that's all. So that you know, so I'd like to know that we're pretty clear about what it is that just sort of happens like that accidentally. But as a policy for a temporary purchase, it's not seen as a long-term change in structure or something like that. I'm a lot more comfortable with it. And I thought about replacing or with and, you know, or something like that, so that they actually are required to get together unless one of them got run over by a truck or something. But
yeah, that could be a fix. Okay. Anything else from you, Brian?
No, thank you. Good to be here.
Glad to have you.
same. Back at you.
Okay, well then I'm going to go ahead, and the next item on our agenda is an 11 o'clock COVID update. Why don't we take a break until then? We'll be back at 11 o'clock sharp for our COVID-19 update. Is that, are you running your leg extender thing?
No. But this is pretty brutal. My picture may go off for a while because just interesting information. I'm supposed to spend about 6 hours a day on that thing. All of my resting time that I'm not doing that or PT or something else with it up and iced. And then I'm supposed to be doing all this PT and walking around and other junk and stretching in all kinds of different directions. So it's like sitting here through 4 to 6 hours of meetings is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, I believe you. I remember when, Tim, you got shoulder surgery and he'd be sitting in a meeting talking, all of a sudden his arm it was kind of awkward. Anyway, so it's 11 o'clock. This is our public health update. Been a couple of weeks. I'm sure you've got some stuff. The floor is yours, Dr. Ryan.
Thanks, George. Good morning, everyone. So let's start as we have for the last 8 months with the numbers. Nationally, we are at 33.5 plus million confirmed cases across the US. Number of new cases is now at 11,243 per day. It's a 7-day average, although we'll talk about that. Hospitalizations continue to be high, although slightly decreased over the last several weeks. Fatalities, we have lost 101,000 Americans. Current rate of fatality, 311 per day is a 7-day average. Test positivity across the US, 2.6%. Major contributing factors to the spread, the B.1.617.2 variant, or Delta for simplicity. Recent studies estimate that this variant alone is 60% more transmissible than Alpha, or the UK variant. The unvaccinated, the lowering of mandates, and social gatherings and travel have all contributed to the spread. Vaccination rate nationally, we are at roughly 45.7% fully vaccinated across the United States and 54% with at least one dose. Although, and this is the case for Colorado as well as Clear Creek, significant differences even within a state and in a county. We can talk more about that in a second. Colorado, the current number of daily cases continues a slow decline, now in excess of 422 per day as a 7-day average. Although, having said that, the modeling team for the state currently estimates that only 11% of total current cases are actually accounted for in that number. So meaning there's roughly 89% of the cases are actually not identified through testing right now. 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 83 per 100,000. Hospitalizations, a slight decrease across the state over the last week. However, currently 35% ICU ventilators are in use and 78% of hospital beds, ICU beds, are in use. There are currently 341 individuals hospitalized across the state for COVID. Test positivity rate is at 2.3%. Major contributing factors in Colorado. Number one variable is the Delta variant. It will be the predominant case or type in the state within the next several weeks. Also driving our case count are the unvaccinated. Vaccine rate in the state of Colorado, we have 57% of our population is vaccinated with at least one dose and 50.2% with both doses or a single Johnson & Johnson. Although again, getting back to that, we have some counties in the state, far too many actually, that are in the low 30s as far as vaccine rate goes, others in the 70s. So significant disparity across the state as well as the country. In Clear Creek County, last 7 days, we've had one case, last 2 weeks, one as well, for a total of 474 to date. Currently hospitalizations at 24, fatalities at 3. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is at 10 per 100,000. Test positivity is at 0.72%. Contributing factors, the unvaccinated, and the unvaccinated. Testing updates. We continue to have testing, although it is more or less unutilized at this point, which is similar to what we're seeing across the state. people just not getting tested. Here in Clear Creek County, we have 55.9% of our eligible population, so 12 and above, who have at least one dose of the vaccine, fully immunized at roughly 51.5%. Although I think the reality is somewhere between those two numbers of fully vaccinated. So getting back to my original point, there are massive pockets, not only in this country, but in this state of unvaccinated, where the percent is in the 30s for some states, many counties in this state alone. And those pockets are really driving the case counts. Current estimates in the state of Colorado is 1 in every 150 Coloradans is actively infected. Although you don't really see that in the numbers I just presented. As I stated, the state believes only 11% of total real actual cases now are actually identified through testing. So huge problem when there's a drop off like that of testing. It gives us really, well, it gives the public a false sense of reality that one, why should I get a vaccine if the case counts are so low and my potential is so low? But in reality, it is not. It is quite high, right? If you think about, you've now removed half the population that could actually get COVID and the remaining half, and that's really where you need to do the true incident rate in the state of Colorado. Any questions so far?
Yeah, I've had a couple. I guess two of them pretty closely related. Why is it that so many, and I've got a theory of one, why so many are unreported, and then secondly, what causes us to believe that there are so many that are out there unreported? And they're almost the same question, you know, the answers overlap, but so I wonder if you could expound on that a little.
One of the theories is that one, just people generally are not getting tested at the rate they were before. They're either asymptomatic and or symptomatic, but not wanting to get tested, not wanting to have isolation, all that sort of fun stuff. So they're just not being identified in the system through testing. That is not only a Colorado challenge and problem, but it's seen across the entire country, where testing has dropped off significantly, again, giving us this false sense of reality. The modeling in their estimates of every 1 in 150 folks is based on mobility. It's based on a whole host of variables that they have in the model, including the new Delta variant that I spoke of. Just take Mesa County, for example. Within 2-week period, it went from 10% of their case counts to 70% of their case counts. And so that level of transmission and that level of spread, they can only assume in other counties, they're seeing similar spread. It's just not being recognized in the testing data that they have.
Randy, you're muted.
Their portion of the cases are also among the vaccinated, because the vaccine doesn't necessarily, I mean, it reduces the chances you'll get it, but it doesn't eliminate it. And so then, and a lot of the folks with vaccines, I mean, you may be right. I've heard you say in the past that those that are vaccinated are probably those that are still wearing masks. And I'm sure there's an element of that that's true. But I also see, you know, the idea that people believe they're vaccinated and they're not, and there's no one else wearing a mask anyway. And so they're getting more minor cases. And so not bothering to go as far as to try to get tested is probably part of it, I would guess. But do you agree with that, or?
Yeah, sorry, I'm muting. They chose to mow the lawn outside my place today, right now. Yes, I would agree with that. So vaccines are not 100%. They have never been. They're 90 to 95% effective. In that obviously will change depending on the individual. So there is still a 5 to 10% chance you could get COVID even with your fully vaccinated folks. And the more people who get vaccinated, the more those breakthrough cases, just as a percentage, there's going to be. That's just how statistics works. So there are seeing some, particularly in Mesa County, among the folks in the nursing care facilities that are fully vaccinated, have been for a long time, and they're now seeing breakthrough cases in those folks. So they're actively trying to understand that, CDPHE as well as CDC, trying to understand why it is that they have an outbreak in a nursing care facility where 90% of the residents are vaccinated. Unfortunately, the state has not yet mandated that nursing care facility workers need to be vaccinated. So you have, in the Mesa County example, only 50% of staff are actually vaccinated. And that's how this current outbreak in Mesa County was brought in, by 2 unvaccinated staff members, and introduced it into the nursing care facility. So why we're still at this point, I don't know, but here we are. We are going to continue our efforts, obviously, in Clark Creek County. We have a clinic tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Resource Center, where we have both Johnson & Johnson and Moderna vaccines. The Pfizer vaccine is available 7 days a week at the Safeway in Idaho Springs. No appointment necessary, just walk in, as are our clinics. We're also doing a public health in the park, July 10th from 10 to noon. Offering a whole host of programmatic things that public health does, but in the park. And that will also include opportunity to get vaccinated as well. So really trying to highlight many of the things that public health does, in addition to the vaccine efforts that are ongoing. But trying to have a Saturday offering so that for folks who do work, who can't make it to the later hours that we have, perhaps could make it on a Saturday.
I have a question related to vaccinations, Tim. I'm curious, I read a report that there was a significant spike in online activity, people looking for vaccines after the CDC changed their guidance around mask use, and some speculation about whether that was because people felt more confident in the vaccine, or if that was because people, we saw at the same time mask mandates go away, and maybe people felt that the environment wasn't quite as safe as it was prior to that. So I'm curious, have you seen any uptick in interest? Have you seen the reasons that people are getting the vaccines change just in the conversations you're having?
I mean, not significantly. Any national trend you see will obviously be significantly reduced by the time it gets down to the county level, particularly one of our size. So our numbers have dropped off, just looking at last week from the prior several weeks, from really basically in half, where we were vaccinating 30, 35 people at one of our clinics. And then last week it dropped down to about 18. So the folks that are getting vaccinated now in the last several weeks, and anecdotally, the ones that I've spoken to, really are just getting around to it for whatever reason. They've been busy, they work, and all sorts of things. So really just getting around to it now, which is why we're obviously going to continue to do our efforts and try to get as many folks vaccinated. But nothing that really indicated that because the masks mandate went away that they're now getting vaccinated. It was really it fit into their schedule through work or whatever reason, and they're now getting vaccinated. So nothing directly linked to the mask.
Okay,
mandate.
so it's kind of the same reasons that someone would have wanted a vaccine in February. It's because a vaccine helps you be safe from the disease. Correct,
right. And right now, and I've said this before, and it's my opinion based on the facts, that it's not a matter of if you're going to get COVID, it's a matter of when, if you're unvaccinated. The Delta variant, as I stated, is 60% more transmissible than the Alpha variant, which is the UK variant, which was far more transmissible than the original. So we're getting to the level now where it isn't required to be around somebody for 15 minutes. It's a single sneeze, and you just happen to walk into the room, a minute after, that sort of thing. That's the level of transmissibility we're talking about now with the Delta variant. It isn't required that you're standing next to somebody for 15 minutes talking to them without a mask on. And so what this virus is going to do is going to find all of the reservoirs or the people unvaccinated, the pools. Mesa County is a great example. Mesa County's vaccination rate is in the 30s. It's quite low. And so there's pools of individuals who are completely unvaccinated. And now that we've removed most of the public health measures that we've put in place over the last year or 18 months have gone away, social distancing, masks, all that sort of thing. And people are now complacent. They are putting themselves in an incredibly vulnerable situation where they are not knowing who's vaccinated or unvaccinated. And their experience is one where there is no social distancing or masks or otherwise. So we're now seeing the variants able to transmit quite quickly in a short order, because these particular communities are not protected in any way, shape, or form. So we're really, if you think about it, we're going back an entire year where these communities are fully vulnerable because there are no more masks, there's no more social distancing, there's no more limits on how many people can pack into a restaurant.
Thank you. And when we get a variant and how do we interpret a stat like it's 40% more transmissible? Is that like the means of transmission stay the same? They're just more effective? Like, I guess what I'm getting at is, have the lessons we've learned about the way this virus spreads and being a little less worried about surface to surface contact, for example, are those lessons still applicable as new variants take over?
To some extent, but great question, George. So science is an ever evolving, ever learning, right? The moment you ignore data is the moment you're no longer learning. So the reason these are more transmissible, just as an example with the Delta variant, what you originally, the original virus, the amount that you would expel as an individual from a respiratory perspective was far less than you are now with the Delta variant. So my point of a single sneeze, there's now enough of the virus in that single sneeze. I hate to, give people a visual, but there's enough in that sneeze now that wasn't there with the original variant or the original virus. Does that make sense? So it took a long time of exhaling in the original virus of 15 minutes or so of exposure that is now compacted really into a single sneeze or a 60-second interaction and not a 15-minute interaction. So it's the level and the volume of virus that is being shed from your body through a sneeze or through exhaling or singing or whatever way. So the volume we've spoken about the viral load. The viral load is much higher coming out of you with the Delta variant than the original variant or the original virus. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
So we will continue to watch this. The state is obviously concerned with what's going on in Mesa County because they are concerned with many of the other counties that the vaccination rate is only in the 30s. The potential for spread there, it's now in 17 counties in the state of Colorado. And so it's really a matter of time and the potential and hoping to get it under control before September and what we saw last year where folks started to head inside, school began, et cetera, and really trying to get under control before that happens and the potential for significant spread. Any other questions, comments, concerns?
I don't have any more. You covered the things that, oh, you know what? Actually, we do have some in the chat. Can you clarify public health in the park? Is that Citizens Park in Idaho Springs?
Yes, I believe it is. Let me pull up the flyer real quick. Citizens Park in downtown Idaho Springs, July 10th from 10 a.m. to noon.
So 15th and Minor or something. I think it's 15th there. Anyway. And then can you tell us, do we still have local testing sites?
We do. Local testing site is up and running on Tuesdays as it has been for the many, many months. It is from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. It is right between the bus barn and the old high school football field. It's in the gravel parking lot there. free of charge, no appointment necessary, any Tuesday moving forward from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
And what do you know about the testing availability around us? Have you seen Jefferson or Summit or some of the neighbors that we know our constituents are using drop their offerings?
I don't know about specific locations or hours. I know that Jefferson County and Summit and our neighbors, if you will, all will continue to have testing. The state CDPHE has told us that we will have testing for sure through June. Obviously, what it looks like after that, they're still in the process of signing contracts with these many different companies that are utilized throughout the state. So I don't have a timeline of how long into the future CDPHE or the state will be funding that. But I know their plan is to continue that. And remember, not a single child under the age of 12 has been vaccinated in this county or any other county in the country. And so moving forward with the kids starting in school, they're also trying to figure out, does moving testing into the schools make more sense rather than just to have the community-wide testing. So still waiting for CDPHE to get that sorted out.
Thank you. And maybe could you just articulate why it's important for someone to get a COVID test if they are having symptoms? And are you still recommending that people get a test if they've had a close contact?
I am, particularly with the Delta variant and the level of transmissibility that's associated with it. If you are symptomatic, I would strongly encourage you to get tested. Know if you are in fact positive and take precautions. Isolate yourself for 10 days, stay away from others. You know, a single case in a home easily within days could be the entire home. So identifying whether you are in fact positive and then isolating accordingly. If a close contact of yours calls you and tells you I'm positive, and we had lunch yesterday, I would strongly encourage you to get tested and isolate yourself, particularly when that level of contact is long and in close contact and inside in particular. So same precautions we've had for the last year. Get yourself tested, particularly if you're unvaccinated. If you are fully vaccinated, it's not necessary unless you become symptomatic. But if you did in fact have close contact, again, you still have a 5 to 10% chance of getting COVID. So take all the precautions that you normally would have, even though you are vaccinated, and make sure that you're not continuing to spread the virus.
Thank you. And we've got another question in here about the low vaccination rates we're having in some Colorado counties. Is there a vaccine supply issue, or is there something else going on?
No, we are in a country of privilege. So we have an abundance of vaccines, 3 different vaccines, if you will, the Pfizer, the Moderna, and the J&J, all of which are readily available in abundance every single place in this entire country. So the levels of vaccination uptake in different counties, it really depends. In Colorado, the rationale and reasons are a little bit different than, say, in Tennessee. So part of it is the unfortunate wedge of politicalization that was put into this entire pandemic and the notion around vaccines. Lots of misinformation out there. And so that's driving a lot of that hesitancy. Folks who have been vaccinated their entire life and suddenly found that this vaccine isn't for them. So the reason and rationale are different depending on the county and depending on the state that you're in.
And my own 2 cents, take this for what it's worth. Looking at the patterns, it looks like there's also, maybe in a rural area where there isn't much medical infrastructure, trying to get an appointment and get in is just a tick harder than in the metro areas where there's like lots of availability, drop-in availability.
Yeah, but I would push back that on that, George. And the rural counties, the public health in the rural counties, as well as efforts by CDPHE to have mobile buses basically driving around the county available, as available as I would argue as in Metro Denver, without the 2 or 3 hour wait that we saw months ago. So accessibility is there in the rural counties. It's just a matter of folks not wanting to get vaccinated. So.
Okay. Well, I know I've used my allotment of time.
I really don't have any further questions. I think I just continue to keep the word out that there's opportunities to get vaccinated and chip away at it. It's the best we can do.
Absolutely. As I said from the very beginning, we will continue to vaccinate as long as there are arms to vaccinate, and the availability is there. There's no shortage of availability in our county, particularly the Safeway across the border in Jefferson County and Walmart on the east end of our county. So lots available. It's just a matter of getting folks in there and really trying to get the facts out there. Like I said, there's lots of misinformation. The facts are on our website. They have been for months. We'll continue to do that, continue to put them on Facebook, and have our town hall that we've had for the last 8 months, trying to provide folks with the most up-to-date facts, and ones based on science, not politics or other nonsense.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Randy.
No, I was just gonna say I don't see any more questions in chat.
I don't either. I wonder, we have a couple minutes left. Maybe Alyssa, if you're on and paying attention, you could talk about anything recovery. I think we have a up there coming up.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good morning. We have another job fair tomorrow from 9 till 11. Again, this is in partnership with the Jefferson County Workforce and Development Center. Right now, I believe we have about 11 businesses signed up. There was a glitch in the system. They were transitioning from one platform to another. So our partners are actively working on that and making personal phone calls to all the businesses we know were wanting to sign up. If you're a business owner and you have not signed up yet, please feel free to do so. I guess we don't have a chat link. It's tinyurl.com/Clear Creek Job Fair. And I'll make sure that's posted on the Facebook stream of this as well. And you can register as a business or as an attendee at that link. And you can attend for some or all of it. And I think that's it for the job fair. We're really excited about it. It was really successful last time, and I'm hoping we can get some more people employed.
So I see one question in Facebook, and pardon me if I missed it and you asked the question while I was distracted or something, but it's kind of an important trivia question. Did the vaccine lottery increase the vaccination rates in Colorado as an incentive?
I don't know. You need to ask the governor that. I'm sure there was an uptick. Part of that, though, may be due in fact that the VA system contributed their data finally to the CDPHE data set. So that would instantly increase the number of vaccinated folks. So it would be necessary to sort of tease that out if they in fact saw a true increase. It's not over. I know there's several million more dollars being given away. And I did find out the other day that I actually can win it, which is great news. Quite low probability, but you never know.
Just like the other lotteries, right?
Correct. My odds are better of someone else winning it and giving it to me than they are of me winning it myself. So.
I remember some initial early excitement. Was it Ohio or Iowa that was the first state to come out with this? And I remember seeing some maybe it was just speculation that there was a big jump in interest right after that. But I haven't seen anything about Colorado.
Yeah, it was Ohio.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Well then, Randy, thanks for covering that Facebook question. I lost track of the ball there, that particular ball. Thank you for the update, Dr. Ryan. Any final words?
You're welcome. Get vaccinated if you are not. If you know anyone that is unvaccinated, please refer them to our websites so they can consume the facts and get vaccinated as quick as possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next on our agenda, we have a work session regarding long-term planning and the community master plan. At some point, Brian, I think I'm going to start offering to you to introduce these topics. Would you like to do that now, or should we hand it right to Adam?
Let's hand it right to Adam, who I haven't even met yet. Hi, Adam.
Hey, nice to meet you, Brian.
I don't know enough about the topic to go and introduce it yet, but yes, that's certainly something we need to be doing in the future. Would like to be doing.
Okay.
So, sounds great. Hey, thanks, commissioners. I appreciate your time with this. This is a topic that I'm pretty excited to bring to you. So hopefully you share some of that excitement as well. So I'll just kind of get right into it. What I want to do a little bit is share a couple of screens. I've got a PowerPoint, so I'll go ahead and share that, and I'll probably bounce between that and my staff report. I want to keep the presentation kind of brief because really, I think this is kind of meant just to get into the discussion piece. So I'm going to go ahead and share my PowerPoint real quick. Okay, hopefully everybody can see the PowerPoint. Just kind of provide some items of discussion here. So really the main purpose of this working session is kind of to have a discussion about the actionable items created by a report that staff created and how that relates to the objective in the 5-year strategic plan that you've created. So we're gonna, the main focus is to talk about these actionable items in the master plan. We also too want to identify any changes or amendments or any additions to this report that you may think would be helpful. Make sure that this report is useful to you. And then I'd like to kind of take it a step above that as well, if we have time, and kind of talk about potential next steps regarding long-range planning, the workload that's involved regarding, the master plan actionable items and long-range planning as well. And then really a high-level thought discussion item, is how staff should be thinking of long-range planning, what we've kind of done in the past, and how the commissioners, look at long-range planning. So these are kind of the topics that I kind of want to get into and hopefully have a little discussion with. So, my next slide kind of displays that objective that you have in your 5-year strategic plan, which states by the end of 2021, you want to be able to revisit and identify the priorities of the county master plans to guide establishment of county priorities and decision making. So this is, really the reason that we're kind of bringing this to you, but we're excited as planners to bring this piece to you because I think most planners do enjoy that long range planning aspect. So I'll kind of dive into what's in this report. So there's really two main pieces of this report. There's the narrative that kind of explains the tools and the report itself, and I'll kind of go through each piece briefly, and then there's the tool itself, and that's kind of broken into two pieces as well, which I'll go over. There's the master plan actionable items, and then there's some analytics, which I think are really helpful to try to bring out, potential priorities in some of these actionable item pieces as well. So the first part, and I'll kind of talk again briefly, all of this is in your staff memo, but I think it's kind of helpful just to go over some of this for clarity, is, what is a master plan? I think a master plan is one of those documents that always just really seems to have some confusion around it by a lot of people, whether it's, customers, staff, all types of folks are a lot of times either confused by what the goal of a master plan is, or there's just some type of miscommunication with what it does. So, you know, in its simplest form, a master plan, at least how we utilize it, is an advisory document that's created by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission really has two main responsibilities. One is to certify a master plan, and then the other is to make recommendations on land use entitlement cases to the Board of County Commissioners. So this is kind of one of their chief responsibilities. The last master plan update we did was in 2017, and it's a pretty comprehensive effort. It's something that we usually utilize a consultant for. And then we have stakeholder groups, we have public input, we have surveys that go into that to try to create essentially a vision for future development in Clear Creek County. That's kind of what this is for. It's an advisory document that kind of sets that future pathway of how development, you know, should potentially grow and look in Clear Creek County, and also the items that are important to development as well and important to the community. And this really has a lot of benefit because it gives us some guidance when we're trying to figure out efficiencies and policies and long range planning pieces. And then it also acts as you know, standalone criteria in some of our land use cases as well. So it's an important document, but it's also important to understand how to utilize it as well. So the master plan also kind of has a hierarchy of how it's set up, and it kind of starts with the general vision statement, and then it slowly goes into key themes, and then policy framework, and then it goes into goals, and then ultimately to actionable items, which are the strategies. So it kind of starts really general with that vision statement, and then it slowly branches down into specifics. And at the end, with those actionable items, which are strategies, kind of gives you those tools to reach that vision. And so there's a lot more that's in the master plan than just that, but that's kind of the gist of how the master plan is set up. So it was really interesting as an exercise when we went through this, trying to understand, you know, all of these actionable items in the master plan. I think staff learned a lot. So the next part kind of is the findings, you know, what staff found by kind of looking through this. And the first thing we found is there's a lot of actionable items in the master plan. There's, you know, I counted over 200 actionable items in the master plan, and a lot of these can have their own subcategories and their own actionable items under there. So there's a lot of items detailed, and they're really good items that took a lot of effort and a lot of thought to create. So the bottom line is we should never be bored as planners. There's always something to do here. So there's a lot of different pieces here, which was, you know, kind of a bit of a surprise. I mean, we knew what was there, but kind of taking a look in detail was like, okay, there's a lot of items here. Also, another thing that was interesting to discover is most of these actionable items, or a lot of them, are not finite, meaning that there's something that's ongoing, something that doesn't necessarily have a conclusion, but it's going to need either continual maintenance or something that can be worked on, you know, and it doesn't really have that start and stop aspect to it. Another piece we found too is it's not just a planning department effort. It's really a county-wide effort. You know, a lot of these actionable items include various departments. Could be public works, could be recreation, it could be a coordination of several different departments. So, you know, and kind of understanding that, it's really helpful to make sure we have that coordination piece in place to where we're, you know, working effectively with other departments, and it's just not necessarily a planning department effort. I think it kind of bases in that, but as I'll show you kind of in the analytics, it's kind of spread out in a lot of different departments. Another thing kind of we found is a lot of these are already being worked on currently right now. So, you know, I think in the past, how we've kind of handled long range planning is, you know, the planning department, at least in our department, has always had kind of a standing list of goals and efficiencies and long range pieces that we've set every year. And we work with the Board of County Commissioners to make sure either that's in alignment, or we get feedback from the county commissioners that say, hey, we'd really like it if you took a look at this aspect or worked on this project. So that's kind of how we've done it in the past. And there's been some effectiveness in this, but I think we wanted to, you know, take another look and see if we can make this more efficient and more effective and a better use of everybody's time. And again, you know, the whole reason for long range planning is to be proactive instead of reactive. So that's always beneficial. Next, I want to kind of switch over to the packet. So can all of you see the, let's see, I've got the rankings. I want to start with just kind of a summary of all the tools that we have and kind of go over the tools so you kind of understand what we've provided in this report. So I kind of just want to go right, I'm probably going to go a little backwards. So I'm just going to go right to the master plan actionable items. This is kind of the last part in your staff packet, and it's really the meat and potatoes of this report. It basically lists all the actionable items. And the way we've essentially pulled this from the master plan, it's in roughly 3 different chapters of the master plan. So we've kind of put it all in one document, and it's set up as such where it has a category, such as right here, the transportation, and then it lists different goals. And under those goals, it has strategies, and those strategies are essentially those actionable items. So as you can see, there's a lot of actionable items, and it's while it's nice to consolidate that into one document, it's still a little bit overwhelming to look at. You know, if the Board of County Commissioners wants to utilize something like this to create you know, your yearly goals, it's helpful to have it all in one place, but it's still kind of a lot of information to try to sift through. So we kind of took it a little step further, and we created a couple other tools and some analytics, and I'll kind of go over those. So, you know, the first step back is we've created just the goals. So you have a, you know, a sheet that just lists just the goals under the category, which is a little bit more manageable. And then you can potentially look at the interests goals and kind of go back to the actionable plan and kind of go from there. But it kind of narrows it down to just the goals. But I think what's really helpful is when we start diving into the analytics, and that gives you what may be important and what may be a priority in the eyes of the master plan. So the first chart I want to show is kind of what I talked about before, but it's a distribution chart and for each department. And, you know, I did my best to kind of, you know, list most departments and then kind of break up, you know, what actionable items may go in each department. And this may be a little hard to see, but, you know, we have public health, we have recreation, transportation, housing. You can see that there's a lot right here in the community development special projects. Part of that is I didn't really break that into subgroups like the building department and whatnot. But another reason why there's just so many down here is, you know, there's always a coordination piece usually with the community development department, whether it's a transportation project or housing project. A lot of these are you know, co-pieces that are worked on with several different departments. And I think it's fairly safe to say, you know, long range planning is kind of based out of that community development project category. But you can kind of just get a quick glance at looking at this chart that it's not just a planning piece, but it's a county-wide effort. You know, when we talk about long range planning, we're really talking about, you know, the whole county in general, and all of the departments are really affected by this. So then we dive in a little bit more. The next kind of analytic I have is really taken out of the master plan, and this is where the tools start to get kind of helpful. It's called supporting the vision of the matrix plan, or supporting the vision of the master plan matrix. And what it does is it lists all of the goals, and then it has all the policy framework statements up here titled 1 through 11. Policy framework statements are essentially those statements that coincide with vision. So you could look at each goal and say, okay, the more boxes that are ticked, the more that goal aligns itself and is more effective to meeting that vision statement, which is really helpful to understand. Okay, you know, transportation goal A only ticks 1 box. What I did as staff is just took it a little bit further and then organized those to where we have the higher, you know, the more checked boxes, the goals that align themselves more with the vision statement up front. And then as you get further down, you have the goals that don't check as many boxes. So you still have the category here, and then you have the goals. Now you could have some goals under recreation that are, you know, more align itself with the vision statement, but there's also some other recreation goals down further that may not tick as many boxes. So this is a really helpful tool, I think, to take a look at, and you can essentially say, okay, we know that some of these are a little more that align themselves or a little more priority with the master plan, and we know that we want to look at recreation and open space. So you can go, you know, let's look at the recreation open space goal A and go down to the master plan actionable items, scroll down to recreation, and then look under goal A, and then you can see all of the strategies and the potential actionable items that you can start taking a look at to understand if, hey, this is something we want to put in a yearly goal or potentially a 5-year strategic plan, or maybe we want to get more information from staff to figure out how this can be implemented. But I think that's kind of a helpful tool there just to get that understanding. The last analytic that I have just takes it one step further, and it has all of the different categories. So, and how many essentially policy framework boxes are ticked, so that you can kind of look at this and say, you know, these potential categories align that have more higher number actually align itself better with the master plan vision statement than some of these. So you can look at economic development goals are high, recreation, public facilities and services. So then again, you can say, okay, these align itself well with the master plan vision. Let's go back to, you know, those ranking goals, and you can kind of see that, great, let's pick recreation here. And economic we know is important, so maybe we pick goal D. Obviously it takes a little more thought, and then you can ultimately go back to that master plan actionable items list and kind of start looking at those strategies. So, you know, we tried to just provide an easier way to digest all of these goals that are within the master plan. And there's a lot, just to make it easier for, you know, when we're setting those goals and when we're looking at, you know, the strategic plans to kind of create some of those. So that's kind of a summary of how the tools are set up. What I'll do now is just kind of go back to the PowerPoint presentation and just kind of sum this up. So, you know, again, the reason why we created this report was just to kind of try to create something that was a little easier to digest, to understand what these, you know, master plan items were, so it can help the Board of County Commissioners, you know, develop their own goals. It doesn't mean you need to utilize this report obviously extensively. There's goals that the Board of County Commissioners have that may not be in the master plan, or it may be a little different than the master plan, but at least hopefully that'll, you know, give you some aid and some guide to kind of move forward. And I kind of went over, you know, how at least one option to utilize this report. You know, you kind of come up with the goals of interest, and then communicate with leadership staff, and they can give you some feedback on, you know, how long some of these could take, feasibility, and then, you know, from there potentially you can create some type of strategic objective work plan, which I know Amy Saxon has been pretty good about creating those reports. So it can actually set some accountability and some time frames to where, okay, you know, this is a project we can take on, and I think we can get this done by this date. Let's be accountable for this, and let's have some update meetings so everybody knows where we're at. So that's potentially how some of that implementation can go. However, you know, that's definitely some things I want to talk to you about in this discussion piece. So, you know, I've listed some discussion topics in the packet. Doesn't mean we need to stick with those. I definitely am interested in hearing what the, you know, Board of County Commissioners, you know, have to say about this. This is our first kind of meeting into this, so it's kind of an introduction meeting, if anything, and we wanted to bring to you something of value and importance. So that's kind of why we worked on that master plan piece. But these other items I thought may be a good topic. I think the biggest thing, you know, staff would like to get out of this is this report, you know, useful for you? And if so, you know, would you like to see anything different, anything additional in there, or anything changed? Happy to do that. And then, you know, potentially take it a step further, you know, in a long range planning program, if or an effort, do we want to look at next steps of potentially, you know, setting up protocol to try to tackle these long range products? Do we want to have a, you know, standard operating procedure kind of done? So we've kind of got that organizational piece where, you know, maybe we have yearly meetings, or maybe there's a protocol of the county commissioners come up with the goals, then they, you know, talk with staff and things are worked out, or maybe there's a roundtable meeting that happens every once in a while. But it may be beneficial to kind of, you know, understand if some type of protocol may be good, just to kind of set stuff up so we have a standard of how we want to tackle this. Another thing I kind of just briefly wanted to talk about is workload, because that is, you know, something to consider with these long range projects. As everybody knows, you know, there's been a little bit of a reduction in staff. It definitely depends on the department, but you know, I think there's been some adjustments trying to figure that out. But you know, and we've worked on long range pieces in the past, but there may be some items that the county commissioners want to move quicker with. And there's ways to do that. And maybe it's just looking at some of those options, and that could be either consulting, that could be some grant opportunities, or that could be bringing in, you know, more staffing or something, you know, we haven't even talked about yet. But it's nice to at least address that piece and have a real expectation on, you know, when some of these items can be completed. And then the last piece is, you know, very large in general, but, you know, just an understanding of how the Board of County Commissioners feel about the topic of land, you know, long range planning, and what they envision for a potential program or moving forward. Are they happy with status quo? Do they want to see something different? You know, obviously planning staff is always pushing that it's nicer to be proactive rather than reactive. It's easy to understand that you don't have proper planning in place once it's too late, and then you're in that reactionary, you know, point where things then cost more and it's less efficient. So it's always that trick to create that balance, but it's always tough to figure out if you have the right amount of planning until things are a bit too late, and then you're kind of behind. But I would really love to understand the Board of County Commissioners' feelings on that. Anyway, with that, I will conclude my quick presentation. Hopefully that wasn't too long, and happy to answer questions and dive into discussion.
Thank you, Adam. After our work session, when I asked for this to be done, I just went and skimmed through the master plan, and the gravity of that task was apparent to me. So thank you. This is a lot to navigate.
Yeah, it's a lot of information too I just gave you, so hopefully it's not too overwhelming, and I'm happy to kind of walk you through any of the questions.
I mean, there's maybe in terms of next steps, I think there's a lot of stuff, and you observed this as well. Like when I look at the transportation goals, I would say all 4 of those goals are things we were doing before this master plan, and things we were doing, have continued to do. So I don't know if you would say we have met the goal, but you definitely would say that, or I would say that we don't need to add any focus to those goals. And so maybe one next step would be to look through this for things where maybe we haven't had enough focus. And yeah, the conversation about how to bring the resources to the table to get that focus is a tough one.
Yeah, I don't know that I would say that we've done all of these things and accomplished them to the extent that they need to be accomplished. I think that they remain on the list, and I'm not sure that's what you were saying anyway, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. You know, increasing carpooling and transit options and getting people out of cars is something we've had minimal success with actually accomplishing, but we are working towards those goals, and we should, I think, continue to do them. Those are just goals A and B that pop up. There's a third one that's, for example, under transportation goals. And by the way, we need to add a T. That's one thing we need to add, is a T after the R in transportation at the top. But
okay.
And I think that under goal C, it says advocate for the county's interest for all future I-70 corridor projects to ensure they are completed with sensitivity to the communities within the corridor. And I think it's intrinsic within the work that we're doing constantly with our staff at the collaborative effort and elsewhere to also be sensitive to the county's environment within the corridor, as well as at the larger scale, because that is part of our focus and part of the object of our engagement. But I don't want to get too far into the weeds of how this document, you know, right now, today isn't the day we're going to go through and revise this document. But so I'm just throwing a couple of these out as examples of how we've evolved, for example, since the creation of the ROD in 2011 and stuff like that. So that there's good opportunity to have some fun work sessions in here to at least update it to the current status quo of what we're actually working on. And I see the same kind of stuff down under recreation right off the bat, some stuff down there that the thinking is evolving. Working with Kathy Ritter on, for example, destination management versus destination marketing in a lot of really big, high visitation areas. A lot of big communities, Lake Tahoe, Steamboat, a lot of places are rethinking how they bring not only quality of experience, but quality of economic benefit to their efforts, to their marketing efforts. And so I think there's some places that those goals in there, we might want to think about some of the wording of that to understand what our goals really are in terms of increased visitation versus an increased quality for that visitation and an increased economic benefit, being more surgical. Those are just a couple of areas of examples, and we could dig into every one of these and probably find things like that. So there's a lot.
And these are just,
yeah,
these are just taken straight from the master plan. So obviously, when you're creating your goals, the priority, it could shift, not to say you need to take these strategies and move them right over to a specific goal, but you can definitely massage that for your interest or add to that. So.
And it's not a criticism. I took this as you bringing the past forward to us so that we could see it. And looking through here, I see plenty of opportunities for fun meetings to update our expression of, what we know about what's going on right now through the work we're doing in various organizations and efforts.
Great.
I think, so Adam, I think that report was really excellent, and that analysis really helps makes the master plan more accessible, which I think is a huge service to everyone to help us be able to see and access the content of the master plan. And so what I think would be one way to think about what we would welcome as feedback from you as commissioners is do you think that the most compelling next step is to like a review of content or a process to start prioritizing elements of the master plan to take action, or something to better connect the content of the master plan to everyone's daily work and like the planning that you guys do to create the 5-year plan and strategic objectives? I mean, like those are like the 3 buckets that I can think of. Do we want to spend more time reviewing what's on the list? Do we want to talk about how to get items done that's on the list, or do we want to connect it to other planning and work that's getting done elsewhere in the county, or all of the above? But I mean, if you had to choose one, right, like that's one thing that if we had an answer or a direction on something like that, that could help give some guidance to the planning department. Now, just on the review thing, I think that's something that we do have to do by statute every so often anyway. But that's one thing that I think we and Adam, please jump in if you want to add anything to that. But that's the sort of feedback I think we need, because I think you're right, Randy. We don't want to go in and start looking at these lists right now and try to talk about what the actual items are, right? But
it's a bigger job than we'll get done by 12.
right. So Adam, what else?
I wasn't even sure it was 2021, but
yeah, right.
I don't want to eat into George's time to be able to comment as well. My reaction to what you just said and reaction to what I just said is that I think it's an all of the above, and we don't even have the luxury of making it an either or we shouldn't forego the opportunity to improve. Although master planning is a public process, it's not just a unilateral thing where somebody comes in and changes the master plan in a Board of County Commissioners meeting. However, I think reviewing these and bullet pointing and highlighting places where the statements that were made some years ago that have been brought forward in this by the way, Adam, thanks a lot. Amy just said it very well. This is very powerful in the way it allows us to scan through here and see bullet point summaries of important positions that were developed in a previous master plan. And what I see in 2 or 3 areas I look at right away is that, yeah, the updating of the master plan is a very important, necessary, and valuable thing to do. And I think it starts with that review of these summary areas and then delving deeper into the background behind them in order to, I mean, we're establishing thoughts and policies through our, as an example, just recreation and transportation, the evolution of the discussion at the state level, the federal level, and everywhere coming down. That whole landscape is changing right now. And we're able to articulate things that might have been in our master plan before, but which we couldn't even, we couldn't even effectively accomplish or put in there and expect to see accomplished. So I think the review, a summary review of all of these things to identify target areas, that then in each of the other 2-3 buckets, the other 2 of the 3 buckets that you identified, I think there's work to be done in each of those areas, but the review helps us know which things to work on in those buckets. That's my thought right off the bat. George, I'll stop talking for at least a little bit. I won't say, and the last thing I have to say on this until the next thing I say right after the next person that talks,
Yeah, it would probably not be accurate if you did say that. So yeah, as far as changing the goals, I agree with you, Randy. That should be very intentional. I view this master plan and these goals as sort of our orders from the public. And, obviously context changes. And so like we look at a couple of goals related to hazard mitigation, and we might say, wow, between 2016 and 2021, we saw a year where all 4 of Colorado's largest wildfires happened at the same time. And so maybe we want to elevate that goal, right? And I think that's like an appropriate use of the master plan. Any changing of the goals or the language should probably be very intentional and through a public process. I think that's a lens that you could view our planned recreation planning process through, right? This is updating and responding to the master plan, that section. So that's my thoughts. And I think, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I think we do these every 10 years, which means we're about 5 years from a holistic update.
Yeah, that's about right. It kind of just depends on the community and how often they do that. But yeah, George, I think that 10-year period is about kind of the average. And, just to clarify too, it is always important to look at these. And I think it's just always going to be obvious that after 5 years, some of these viewpoints are going to change or be different. And, yeah, it's essentially a guide to spur those thoughts. And I agree. There's public input here, so it gives you a kind of a vision of what the public would like to see for some of these strategies. So it's kind of a guide just to help, I think, create those goals and those objectives to then pass on to staff and work with staff. And I guess that's what I'm most interested in as staff. Doesn't mean that's what you're most interested in, obviously, but it's to try to understand how we're doing that now, how we're taking those goals and implementing those with staff, and if there needs to be any work done there. That's kind of what I envision as kind of the next step potentially, but maybe it's working great. And I really don't know how that works because I'm kind of in my own world here sometimes. So yeah, I mean, that's how I kind of see some of the next steps. But I agree. I think master plan updates should always be a part of long range planning. So Randy and George, yeah, I agree. These always need to be updated because long range goals, long range visions change so much sometimes during certain years. So yeah, I definitely added that as a note, and that can be a piece moving forward, is taking another look at the master plan. And obviously we do need to go through a public process if we change those again, similar to like we did last time. So it's a pretty large effort, but it's definitely a piece of that long range effort. So sorry, I'll stop talking.
I want to make sure I was interested in talking about this both because I am aware of your interest as a commission in long range planning, and because of the strategic objective that's specifically noted in the 5-year plan, and just because of an interest in, as we have evolved from doing kind of a 1-year goal list to having a 5-year plan to specifically integrating our mission into the 5-year plan and having those goals integrated. If we wanted to also consider what role this master plan might play in the 5-year plan and the creation of our objectives each year, if any. If we wanted to consider that, but at least I wanted to talk about that strategic objective regarding the master plan and what and how we should be thinking about the master plan with regard to long-term planning. But especially that strategic objective, like, for example, does this report fulfill the strategic objective as stated? Or is there additional steps we should be taking to take a few, to go further? And how would we want to do more to get the master plan deeper into the drinking water of the organization? And Brian also, I know we haven't had a chance to talk about this either, so might be a bigger discussion, but
yeah, I think our actions should meet our stated goals at the, our policy goals for sure. And I think that I think it's an iterative thing that goes back and forth. I mean, it's getting the master plan deep into the organization so that we pay attention to it. And also because within the organization, there are numerous things we're involved in that continually inform the master plan. And it would be nice if master plans were less like the Constitution or the Bible and more like living documents that can be adjusted more in real time than they typically are, because people usually point back to the master plan and say, no, it said we're going to do this, and said, well, that's what we said 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And to go to another document, to take it out of the context of what our local goals would be, I think of the record of decision that came out of the collaborative effort and its integration with NEPA and FHWA and CDOT, and that whole document, its basic purpose and need is correct, but the specificity of where the focus is really changed quite a bit. I mean, there's more increase in acknowledgement of climate change as an example, things like that have really, it's like we might think about global events like climate in the future and they may inform our position. And 10 years later, people are saying, well, that was a no-brainer. What do you mean it might influence? Things like climate change might affect our decisions. It's there's a different. So that organization has taken a different tack, on that subject matter, as well as the federal and state administrations. It's all, that context has changed, and so there's a lot of stuff at our local level that we've recognized that I think can continually inform this and help us adjust.
What I think maybe would help move us towards satisfying that 2021 goal would be kind of to give ourselves a report card. And I don't mean to apply negative judgment on any department or anything. I mean, I think, having and pursuing goals when it doesn't happen, it's mostly on leadership. And so I just want to say that so that we don't feel like we're judging someone in one department over another. But I think a report card on those goals is appropriate, with a focus for, which goals have we not adequately focused on? And then we can have a conversation about how to get those goals moving. And if we can get that done in time to have that conversation in the context of our budget, then I think we're doing really well.
And I think that's really important. And I think it needs to, especially the non-judgmental part of it. Sometimes it's because sometimes your expectations change over time about what you should be working on. So when we see a disparity between what we've done towards each one of these goals, as we look through this whole document, it could be a statement about our progress or our effort, or it could be a statement about the goal. And it doesn't even mean that the goal was bad when it was set. It just means we know more today than we knew then, and it's time to adjust the goals, But I think we got to look at them piece by piece and understand, try to have a conversation around which it is. Is this something we should still be working on? And if not, we need to take this discussion back to the public. If our general sense at this level is the policymaking level is that it is that we need to rethink this one. And in other cases, it's, yeah, we haven't put enough effort into this. We haven't emphasized it enough, and it still looks like a worthy goal and looks valid.
George, if I might, I appreciate your comment about the report card. That's actually one of the items on my list as I speak with each of you individually is, you know, how have we as staff been updating the board on the accomplishment of, I'm looking over here because that's hanging on the wall in my office, but how are we doing in accomplishing those 3 goals and the, I don't know, 15 or 16, or maybe even more objectives that fall underneath all of those goals, and how have we kept you up to date with respect to our work and our progress? Because in a lot of ways, that, I guess from my perspective, in my experience, you know, that as has been said, the master plan, the general plan, comprehensive plan, whatever the phrase that the state might call it, you know, that's a very public process, and then and it can be a very lengthy process to modify that document and update it, right? As you said, it should be very intentional when it gets updated, but I think it then becomes the board's ability to start prioritizing as you sit down then to adopt your own strategic plan or your strategic objectives, as you call them here. And that becomes your ability to then prioritize all of that much broader master plan, which then gives us as staff the understanding of what your marching orders are, so we can go back and start building work plans in our individual areas that meet all of those objectives that you've set out in your strategic plan. So I guess what I'm hearing is we need to provide some kind of an update based on all the various objectives that fall within the 3 goals that the board has set out, just to kind of give you a status report as to where we are.
Yeah, and maybe the next time we iterate that goals, our goals document, you know, I will try to do a better job of bringing the master plan to that conversation. What I've done to date is basically, I've read it, I know it, it's kind of my direction, and it frames, you know, a lot of the different goals that we have. So I think it's embedded in that. I think there's a lot of alignment between these 2 documents.
Yeah.
But, you know, we can always do better on that. I mean, some examples of things where I suspect we haven't adequately focused on, you know, I think calling out the need for sub-area planning is very wise in this master plan. I can think of some sub areas that I think could really use the help of a planner to really focus on the area. You know, and I'm thinking about some of our communities that look a bit like municipalities but aren't governed by municipalities. And then there's a lot of stuff in here that is like kind of broad statements that they don't expressly state. Like we have some things in here about making sure that folks have access to housing, right? It doesn't mention that we should do a fair marketing policy. I just happen to know that's something we could do that would help accomplish that goal. And so there's some area there for us to think through a little bit too, maybe for me to respond to this document with some specificity, and others. I'm not trying to say like, for me, it is the only one.
Right. I love this kind of document, this kind of approach. And so again, hats off on it. Because the first thing it makes me want to do is start creating a companion document of, you know, what I thought about each one, you know, like a comment document about each one of these boxes going down, and they're popping up all over inside my head right now. And I'm not sure, you know, just a free ranging discussion would be less useful than to actually, for each of us to dig into these pieces, these boxes, and look at them and look at the words in them and think about what we have to say about what's changed, or what, at least what's evolved in our thinking more recently. I'll pick one out right off the bat. Recreation and open space goals, goal A. Provide a high quality recreational and connected open space, parks, trails, and recreation facility system that is treasured by residents and attracts additional recreational users from outside of Clear Creek County. I think from a standpoint of economic development, it's like a more surgical idea about how do we land wallets at, how do we do things and have policies that help, rather than just a broad brush. The more people there are, the more will filter in. But how do we have policies that land wallets by cash registers, because that's where the economic development of that visitation really comes to play, as opposed to thinking that more visitors on the open space that we have is, more is better, because we're reaching a point that we're not sure that our natural resources are underused right now. And so it's like, how do we rethink that question? How do we adapt? And it doesn't mean that you don't acknowledge the inevitable, which is more visitation is coming. It's just like our job isn't to attract that visitation necessarily into the woods or something like that. That may not be our primary focus of interest, is to fill them up more when we're hearing from the U.S. Forest Service that they can't figure out how to manage what they've got right now. And they're seeing it, at least at a gut level, that their capacity is being met, both environmentally and administratively. And it means they need to increase their capacity to administrate and manage, but it also means we have to rethink whether our object is to continue to try to find more ways to funnel more people into the woods, as though that is, when we don't know for sure the general economic benefit, and we can see the other impacts. So that's just an example of what we've thought 10 years ago. And I'm saying this as somebody I mentioned earlier in an earlier part of the meeting today about I totally changed my mind about virtual meetings in the last year or so. Well, in the last 20 to 30 years, after having built 2 mountain biking maps and trying to figure out how to attract as many mountain bikers as possible to Clear Creek County, it struck me that maybe that wasn't something I wanted to work on anymore. Building good trails and finding out how to manage that behaviors in ways that maintain a quality of environment and experience are really, really important. And so that's kind of like Kathy Ritter's destination management versus destination marketing, and then letting the rest take care of itself, rather than just advertising and figuring out that the money will fall and you'll be able to do wonderful things in management. It's a matter of being more intentional in how we, build the future.
So George, how about if, I think it is a little confusing, since doing work on the master plan is a subtopic of the 5-year strategic plan. And in theory, the master plan would be above the strategic plan, but I do think we can flesh out a little bit what additional steps we can take to, as far as that strategic objective, in continuing to look at the language of that strategic objective and building on the analysis that Adam has done to make the content of the master plan more accessible and provide some options about where we go from here with the master plan. Not rewriting it or updating it, but how we use what's in it right now, and how that can assist us in the work that you do as a BOCC in future planning, and the work that our departments do in just their daily work to keep us on track, so that it's maybe if we decide as an organization and agree, and Brian, you're on board, if you are on board with this, that we want to embed the master plan goals more into all of our departments, as that chart showed. There are goals and content in the master plan that apply to virtually every department in the organization. And what do we want to do with that? And so maybe we can talk about that and build out a little bit more flesh on the bones of that strategic objective, and come back to you with that. And then Brian, just you and I can touch base more on how we do have a little bit of some tools to report on those strategic objectives that were sort of in progress when you stepped in and Keith departed, and that you and I just haven't had a chance to fully connect on. And I think that the leadership team was sort of ready to start using, but hadn't really started using yet. So we can also touch base on that and make sure that that work is ongoing and doesn't get off track, because that's related here as well.
Yeah, I think the opportunity to provide the board some kind of an update with respect to their plan, and like, gives us a sense of where we're at with respect to accomplishing it, gives me the understanding of some of the priorities that are out there and what we're working on. It would also be, I think it would also be a good update for the board itself. So yeah, and then we can have a conversation again about how the master plan should inform these things, both internally as well as the board strategic plan moving forward. For the next time we sit down as a board to potentially modify whatever objectives are important for the next given year.
Or maybe to modify our response to those objectives.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we adapt. Our major goals may be the same, but we're adapting to the terrain, changing terrain, and in terms of strategy, how we integrate with other parties, other governmental parties, and everything.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this has clear budget implications, right? I mean, I think we need to be prepared to go to the public and say, here's the goals you set for us. Here's what we've been able to do. If we haven't been able to do enough, maybe the public needs to decide whether they don't want us to do those goals or whether they want us to have resources to be able to accomplish them. Because, like, I don't want to be in a environment where our staff has more than they can do every day, and they end the day every day apologizing for what they didn't get done and then showing them.
I really appreciate that, George, because I think that is the elephant in the room. You know, that the interest and need to be able to make good on long-term planning, to be able to fulfill a lot of these goals. Adam made a really interesting point about how many of these actionable items are not finite, how many of these are long-term ongoing commitments that the policy framework and vision of the master plan commits us to. Has budget implications, and whether that's appropriate to be accomplished through expertise that we possess now or don't possess now, or, you know, what the best approach to getting that accomplished is worth a serious discussion. You know, it's not always the best thing to do to just add staff, but you know, figuring out how to make good on that commitment is critical. So I appreciate you mentioning that.
Agreed too. It's you know, I just want to say I think we got a great organization here. You know, I can figure out how to do stuff better every day and look back at yesterday and kick myself for it. But I think we have a great organization of people working really hard with a lot of work to do. And this is, when we look at something like this, it's really huge and the sky is the limit and all that. And then it's like, yeah, but we've only got an extra 12 minutes in the day to work on it. So I understand that as well. And my tendency too, for anybody that's ever heard it, is to look at something and go, oh, we could have done this. And then somebody's shoulders slump and it's like, no, I didn't mean you didn't do good work. I just meant, here's another idea. And that can have that inadvertent effect of making somebody feel like they failed. And I've heard that. So I don't mean that.
Yeah, well said. I mean, it just thinking a little bit more broadly for just a second. I mean, 5 or so years ago, we learned that the Henderson mine was going to reduce its operations. We've been under acute austerity since then. And I noticed that the public rightfully demands a government that's responsive to their needs and the changing conditions. You know, like, we've got a housing market that's out of control and land use policies that could help. And we need to have those conversations, and we need to make sure that we have, you know, enough capacity to respond to these conditions as they're changing. And that's just one example, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'll get off my soapbox.
That's okay. You kind of took me back into something else we were talking about earlier today, which had to do with, you know, internal capacity.
Yeah, thanks. This is really good feedback. I've got a lot of notes, so I really appreciate your conversation on this.
Is there anything else, Amy, in terms of that you lack clarity on that we could talk about a little bit here, or do you think you might have what you need?
No, I think this is good. We wanted specifically input on that strategic objective, what to do going forward on the master plan, and input on going forward on long-term planning. And I think we weren't expecting, anything grossly explicit, so this, I think we got general direction on all three of those things. And we have a plan going forward on what to do. Yeah. So I think I feel like we know what to do from here, and we can do it.
Great. Randy, we're being incredibly efficient today. I think we might be done. Well, with this session.
Right. I think, let me take a look. Oh man. Yeah, you're right. We're way down the. So
I mean, I know.
We were going to break for lunch and come back for executive session. The executive session, of course, let me just throw this out as an idea. I mean, if you need your oatmeal, that's okay. I get it. Or we can go into executive session. Would you prefer lunch, or what's?
Yes, I do. I have scheduled some stuff at 12:30 that I need to tend to.
Okay.
So, but Peter, you're on screen, and that's probably because the most efficient thing to do would be to go ahead and go into executive session now. No.
No, I'm on screen to make sure that you go to lunch, because the schedule has you going to lunch at 12:30. We have a very big executive session, lots of things to talk about, and we have it scheduled for 1 to 3. And one of the individuals that's going to attend actually is going to be there at 1 o'clock, and that's the coroner. So,
okay,
I suggest we go and take the break.
And and you suggest that rather than make the announcement to retire into executive session at this time, we come back into public meeting and make the announcement then? Is there a reason to do that, or would we just go straight to executive session then if we announce now, but go into it at 1 o'clock?
I would suggest we resume at 1 o'clock and then announce that we're going into executive session.
Okay. 6 one way, half a dozen the other.
Just which button do you click on? That's all.
Click on the main one, we'll resume, go into executive session, and then close it.
Thanks for your time, everybody.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Great job.
Yes.
Great job.
Okay. Then we're on a lunch break. We'll be back at 1 o'clock. Nothing else is on the public agenda for those who are watching. Hi. Okay, it's 1:01. Apologies for the delay. We have, as stated earlier, we have nothing on the public agenda remaining. What we have is a work session, an executive session. Therefore, I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of determining positions relative to matters that may be the subject of negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to matters related to the coroner's office. There's also a couple other reasons we'll be going into executive session, including pursuant to CRS 24640224A and E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving direction related to the purchase, acquisition, lease, transfer, or sale of any real, personal, or other property interests in Colorado properties located at 115 15th Avenue, Idaho Springs, and 1531 Colorado Boulevard, Idaho Springs, and determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations or developing strategy for negotiations or instructing negotiators with regard to the aforementioned properties. Also pursuant to CRS 24640224E, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to the negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators with regard to matters related to opioid litigation. Another element that we'll be discussing today is pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning vaccine incentives. And then lastly, pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purposes of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions concerning Colorado's open meetings law and potential litigation related to provisions therein.
Second, is that what I'm supposed to say?
No worries, that was a long one. So
Yeah.
we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. For those of you watching, this meeting will stay open. We will come back in here and adjourn the meeting. Nothing else is on the schedule. When we do return, it will be, the only thing we will be there to do is adjourn. Thanks, everybody. A little slow. Okay. So our executive session has concluded. No written minutes were kept. No decisions were made. And we have nothing further on the agenda. And so we're adjourned.
Right. Thank you.
See
Thanks,
ya.
everybody.